Hi guys. So happy. Are you happy too? Raining though, so I don't know what to do. I just started raiding like 5 or 10 minutes ago. It want to stay up. Doctor, it want to stay up. You understand me? My wife is not happy. I thought of a skit for the Costco thing because they gave me a problem yesterday with my Costco. I thought of a skit for it. Like the dude sees it like I'm a basic member. I'm not an executive member. You know, I didn't pay the double membership fee. The executive members to get the double percentage back. So they see that. So he's like, yeah, I'm gonna have to call a manager over because it's empty clamshell. We don't normally just accept these. Had I been an executive member, you know, it would have been like an automatic type thing. Like that would be the thing. He comes over, the manager's like, he sees it, he looks at, they both look at the screen and he looks at the basic part and he's like, did you call first, sir? Before you came here with this empty clamshell claiming to throwing this? And then they never say anything about the basic membership. But then like someone comes in right after me with some shit that like a 20-year-old Christmas tree. And they're like, executive member. They don't even call the manager over. He's like, oh, sir, welcome to the store. Oh, no problem at all. No problem at all. He gets right out. He goes in. He's happy as can be. I should have gotten an executive membership, man. It's like a bit came to me when I was in the shower. Dude, they do that. They do that, dude. I've seen it on the subreddit, the Costco subreddit. They'll bring like 10-year-old shit up in the store. They'll bring plants that are dead, or they're like, I don't know. They killed their plants and they'll bring them in. Yard plants. I think I saw a mattress once. It was all dirty shit that then somebody was trying to return. I don't know, man. He was giving me like, so like that. What happened was I was like griping about it this morning in the shower, but then I like tried to. I was like, yeah. I told myself, I was like, man, what are you doing? You're letting this shit bother you again today? And then I tried to like think of the humor in it. And that's where I thought, like, if I would have been an executive member, like, this would have been totally different outcome, and they would have, like, treated me like royalty, offer that, like, $60 more a year, or whatever. Fuck you, Costco. I'm surprised they didn't, like, try to sell me, like, as I'm leaving. Sir, sorry. We should have to get an executive membership for a better experience next time. For a more custom tailored customer service experience, or you can get the executive membership. We won't treat you like you're a fucking convict that's trying to steal our tacos. I wish I'd have thought of that when I was in line while he was giving me the problem with it. I wish I'd have been like, you can tell I'm a basic member, couldn't you? Is that why you're doing this? I should have got that executive, man. This would have been a no questions asked. I probably get 5 free ones a year or something. It's like talked about thing. Basic bitch though, they look at you like you're, every time you come in there you might be trying to pocket something. They extra look at your receipt. You look at your receipt like you, let me check your papers. They gotta make sure you're not supposed to be shipped to Auschwitz. There's a Schindler's List reference. You see your papers. don't know if I should go out there and leave food because it just started raining. I don't know. I haven't really been watching the cat cam. Dude, they're eating somewhere else, so I'm not tripping too hard on these cats now, like I was. How y'all doing this morning? I'm sorry I didn't ask. Also didn't show my penis, so I mean, I don't do everything all at once when I get on here. I just gotta wait for later. A little workout. I don't know if I quite made them laugh in the way that if they're uncomfortably laughing or not. Like, oh my god, is this crazy gringo about to bust a gun out or something? What is happening right now? He's getting awfully mad. I don't know what he's saying. He's looking over here, just laugh, y'all. They're not Chinese, but you know, I don't know Spanish, so. GIJOE. That's what they would do, actually. I know a little Spanish. These were bilingual Spaniards, okay? They do a little Mandarin. Pretty wet out there right now. I might want to... Last time it was raining though, they were like actually coming to it. You see when it's gonna stop. It's gonna stop sometime this morning, this afternoon. So 11 a.m. it says 90%, 100% 9 a.m. Damn, 60% now, 90% at 10, 50% at 11. And doesn't show any rain for the rest of the day. So, alright. It's nothing for cats to go. Well, it is for her though. Damn it. I hope she found some food. Fuck, I really hope she found some food, man. I like to have it out there just in case for her. Sometimes she'll gobble up some. So, I think I'm gonna try it. And Penelope maybe too. Penelope usually come by in the morning. Oh, I gotta reset the stuff. Coming down, coming down, coming down. Oh, come on, come on, looking good, look good. Look, yep, that's it, that's it. Keep it coming. Oh, whoa, whoa, there you go. I got a little midget over here. I'm not allowed to put him on screen. He has a NDA also, so if you ever do see him, let me know. You are not supposed to see him. Back in there. Well, the food's ready, man. It's back there ready to go out. I got the water bowl, everything. And by the way, that water bowl's empty. And I filled it back up last night. I filled it completely up last night before going to bed. It's all the way empty again. There were 2 raccoons in my tree too. Well, not my tree, the neighbor's tree. He has like a tangerine or orange tree. And I noticed a bunch of weird screeching sounds last night. I thought something was being killed, dude. It sounded like a mouse was being eaten in half. Like, I'm like, what the hell? So I went outside, dude. It was like before the stream, maybe, or the night stream is when I did this, and I flashlighted it. Looking, I had to go out twice actually, because I had to go back and get flashlight, I think. Pop. And there was one in the tree, and then there was another one in the tree, like grooming itself and shit. It was 2 raccoons, like making that kind of crazy screeching sound. Something was dying out there. I thought either a cat had gotten caught or a mouse had gotten caught. They were just out there making, like, they communicate. They're oddly. Okay. Oh, I gotta be something. So I was it, dude. I'll be back. I don't understand. It's cold out there too, man. I feel bad for the cats that have to be out there this weather, but at least like it's not gonna last too long. Stream really delayed by 6 minutes. What? 904, 905, 904. I guess his clock is, maybe he has a clock is off in his house. Oh, my time here is calibrated. It's calibrated by my computer's time, and that should be correct. I need, let's see, every now and then I can stink it. Stink now, boom, time signature failed. There, I'm synced now, should be perfect. So Windows time. As they can get a couple seconds off. Man, I drank some weed edible drink this morning on an empty stomach. 20 something milligrams. Glad it's fixed. I don't know what to do, dude. It's so wet. Yeah, I could put it out there. Shit, dude, I'm baked, dude. I got kind of an upset stomach from it. Hey, why did you say that? Yeah, I mean, why? You're not really, though. And you're the full effect. Because, like, what do you think you're supposed to eat mushrooms on empty or a full stomach? I've had mushrooms for breakfast before. I've had them with breakfast. Fresh mushrooms with eggs is really cool. It's really cool. Especially Kibinsi's, because they turn blue when they're bruised. So like having fresh ones, like you cut them while you're eating them, and they'll be turning blue while you're sitting there having some eggs. And like, yeah, boy. Woo! But I've also done like, I've had them like a soup or cereal where I just mixed the lemon juice with the ground up and just have that as like breakfast on an empty stomach before too. And then went and drove to this nurse's house and went couch shopping. I was on like an 8th too, or either an 1/8 or a quarter. I can't remember which, but it was, dude, it was enough to get most people where they wouldn't be driving for sure. You couldn't even tell though that I was on them. I don't know. Some people can handle stuff, and some people can't. I told her I was though. I was like, yeah, look, I'm on mushrooms right now, so if I'm driving it all bad, let me know, and I'll pull right over, and we'll figure it out. I'm pretty sure I have this locked in. I was like in Tron. slice of bread. Yeah. They say to eat on an empty stomach, full effect, like the spiritual, the full on. That's definitely what it does with the weed edible, especially this drinking one. Dude, I feel a little bit mushroomy right now, just off of 20 milligrams. It has like a little bit of that, like, that come up feel, which is not really pleasant. Gotta breathe in it deeply every now and then. I let it. Whoa, whoa. What? Oh. Hey, yo, you were about ice coming and knocking the door in, Alberto? Oh, and part of the bit with me not having an executive membership and only having a basic would be them not even giving a fuck that I've been a member for 15 years. I'd be like, yeah, I've been a member here for 15 years, hardly bring back anything. And they'd look at the screen and like you'd see like they calculated in their mind like not an executive member though. And they were like, yeah, sir, but we're still gonna need you to call in next time if you're gonna have you thought about getting our executive membership? For a more pleasant customer service experience next time. They're just totally alright with it. What are you saying? Because like, online companies do that. They'll do that. You can pay to have a better customer service experience. So it'd be like Costco's all of a sudden starting to do that. Yes, sir. With the executive membership comes a high-tiered customer service experience. You don't have to call in, and other perks too. Here's a pamphlet. I'm like, what? What? Hold up. 3 free returns with no questions asked. The basic doesn't get that. No, they used to get that, sir. Things have changed. The basic customers, they're peasants now. We all look down on them. Because apparently I've heard that Costco's margin is so slim for profit that most of their profit is made off of memberships. They do actually really care a lot about that executive membership thing. If everybody got that, Costco would make a shit ton more money. Everyone got it. You get moment you've been watching. Bro, come on, Bob. Stop being so corny. Here. I also heard a cat in the alley acting like it was in heat last night. Ooh. There's bungles in the house. When bungles, yeah, there's bungles in there. Washington teen sentenced for killing 4 people in crash. See, this guy gets sentenced.
The man who killed 4 people after excessively speeding and...
Excessive. Is he gonna go to prison for the rest of his life? Probably not. What do you think? I think 20 something years. If he killed 4 people, at least 25 years. Probably. With the possibility of parole in 10 to 15. But give it up.
Now to our other top story. The man who killed 4 people after excessively speeding in Renton's Fairwood neighborhood was just sentenced to prison. Last March, Chase Jones speeding down 140th Avenue when he ran a red light and crashed into another car at 112 miles an hour. 12-year-old Buster Brown, 13-year-old Eloise Wilcoxon, 12-year-old Matilda Wilcoxon, and 38-year-old Andrea Hudson all died instantly. At today's hearing, family members of those victims shared the impact the crash had on their lives, each of them forced to live a new normal they never could have imagined.
Fox 13's Jennifer Dowling listened to those victim impact statements and joins us
with
with
the
this
possibility in
emotional
20
testimony.
maybe?
This is the crash intersection where a memorial still sits to the mom and the kids that were killed. This crash hit the community especially hard because the families involved were well loved.
Oh, he's a teen.
On March 19th,
Idiot.
our world and the dream that we had created was shattered in an instant.
Andrea Hudson's husband, Abe, held back tears as he remembered the tragic crash.
This pain and fear that we still carry and feel every day.
And recalled his children's heartbreak over the loss of their beloved mom.
That month that followed was worse than any nightmare that I could ever imagine.
The 38-year-old, along with 12-year-olds Boyd Buster Brown and Eloise Wilcoxon, and Eloise's 13-year-old sister Matilda, were all killed in that crash. Hudson's 2 children were also hospitalized.
Nolan will have to deal with the impacts of a compromised immune system and limited range of motion for the rest of his life. Charlotte, the impacts.
Wait, there was another family?
Traumatic brain injury for the rest of her life.
Buster's dad also spoke, saying it will be a lifetime
For 2
of
cars?
grief.
I am and always have been a pretty cheerful and optimistic person. The events on March 19th, 2024 have introduced a new word into my regular life, and that's hate. I hate Tuesdays. The crash happened on a Tuesday. I hate the 19th of every month, regardless of what day of the week it is. I absolutely hate coming home from work and finding my wife alone in the bedroom, looking at pictures and crying for her lost son.
Dude, this is sad. I don't care about any of this. I'm sorry. I just care about this part.
Caused by speeding.
I feel that if he maybe had been accountable in any of the earlier collisions, maybe that would have helped him. And maybe it would have prevented this terrible tragedy.
Jones had his attorney read a statement from him in court.
I apologize for the unimaginable pain and suffering I've caused your families. I used the pedal to put all my emotions into which turned out to be the biggest mistake of my life.
Oh, he was
Tears
driving
streamed down his face as
angrily?
Andrea's mom said despite the pain,
Oh,
she had forgiveness in her
man.
heart.
Fuck. Dude, I've been there before as an adult. I wasn't even a kid when I was doing it. I remember I was driving back from Memphis and I hadn't gotten hardly any sleep because I was trying to do it without a hotel stay anywhere. I think I did the whole drive without sleeping, possibly. I can't remember completely now. I must have, dude, because I showed up to Long Beach after going through the traffic out in like Eastern California. I was already starting to lose it, but then once I got to Long Beach, I was I was out of it, dude. I had to piss. That's what it was. I had to fucking pee really bad, dude. And I was really tired at the same time. I was blowing through stop signs and shit. I was like, I just gotta get home. Ah! Dude, like, dude, I'm lucky something didn't happen that day. That day is the only day I can think of that something could have happened like that. And I would think back on it like, man, holy shit, dude. What were you thinking, dude? Like, I was like, bro, I'm so lucky something didn't happen. But like, the human mind gets a little retarded after not being up for a certain amount of time and being on the road for a certain amount of time and having to pee. It starts short circuiting. There's nowhere to pee for free in Long Beach. You can't just like, it's weird around here. Where'd it go? Should just pulled over and pissed somewhere. I probably would now. I'd find an alley or something.
Tell Chase Jones that I forgive him. In no way does this make the life of my daughter, Andrea, or Buster, or Eloise, or Matilda insignificant. But it helps me to have peace in my heart.
Jones, who was 18 at the time of the crash, is now 19,
Ah,
and he could have faced 23 years in prison, but the judge sentenced him to the recommended 17. He previously pleaded guilty to vehicular homicide and assault. The judge saying today that since he was only 19 years old, he had time to turn his life around and help others based on his own experiences. Reporting from Fairwood.
Wow, way shorter. So he could probably get out ahead half of that. That's pretty crazy. 4 lives on. He's only gonna be probably less than 10 years. Trade war rises prices.
Now to our social story. We post the topics on our Instagram page, and you decide the story.
Check this out. Americans need to stop shopping at Temu. Period. Why are we doing that?
This week,
I've never shopped at it. Have you? Anybody in chat shopped at Temu? Are you a Temuer? That's better.
Week's winner is President Trump's ongoing trade war with China. 52% of you want to know how that impacts and how that reaches two online shopping titans, Shein and Temu. Shein, a fast fashion giant, and Temu, whose offerings range from clothes to jewelry to drones. They're go-to sites for online shoppers looking for low prices. The two China-based retailers raised prices on some of those goods Friday after announcing the price hikes earlier this month, when they cited recent changes in global trade rules and tariffs. As the catalyst, the two sites largely avoided the immediate impact of tariffs due to an exemption on goods under $800, but that is set to expire next week. Let's go ahead and bring in Business Insider's senior tech and business correspondent, Katie Natopoulos. She is here now with more. Katie, thank you so much for being here. So Shein and Temu both made their names selling these low-cost goods, but those goods got a little more expensive this week. So what can you tell us about this extremely wide-ranging impact of the tariffs?
You did?
Sure. So
Ms.
this
Bongo.
actually
Well, you're
is
forgiven.
not exactly just the tariffs. Now, obviously, a lot of the stuff that Shein and Temu sell is made in China. But what they actually do is they ship directly to the customers. And they've been using this thing called the de minimis loophole. And what that is a longstanding law that says that if you're shipping something under $800 from China or outside the US directly through the postal mail to a customer, you don't have to pay any duty taxes on it. And the idea of this law initially was, hey, you can mail your friend a gift, or if you go on vacation, you can mail back a knick-knack that you bought at the souvenir store. And Shein and Temu have really exploited that to make their business because they can sell it
Yes.
really cheaply. They don't have to deal with U.S. warehouses, U.S. stores, U.S. employees at all, basically. And what President Trump has done is he said, done, no more of this loophole. Anything that's going to be shipped, even if it's a
Tariff
small
that
amount,
bitch.
a $20 package,
Pop.
it's going to have to be subject to duty fees.
Duty, yeah.
Okay, so we've heard a lot recently about increases on specific items like cars or iPhones, but this latest announcement impacts a much broader group of products, right?
Wait, do you know what this is going to do? This should bring down prices in It should bring down prices in America because these companies are still going to want to sell these products, even though they're not going to be selling them at as high of a profit margin. They're still going to want to sell them to us. So now these customers are going to be forced to buy from here instead of there. Well, not forced, but you might as well because it's going to be the same price. You're not going to be able to be getting your cheap shit from Temu anymore. Good, man. Good. Fix that dumb shit. Because they're not buying cheap shit from us. Would we sell them cheap shit? Hell no. Our shit worth more.
Right. So
we don't have cheap shit, do we?
Shein and Temu sell. It's a lot of small household goods, a lot of clothing, shoes, apparel, things that are generally kind of low priced. I think people are tending to spend $20, $50 on their orders from these kind of sites. What's going to happen is instead of the orders coming, even if they raise the prices a little bit, people may be hit with a really significant charge when their package arrives. So that could be either, I think, $30
when it arrives. Does that happen?
Going up to $50 or 30% of the entire order.
What do they do?
Actually get pretty expensive. So basically that would be like a duty tax that the post office collects from you after your package arrives.
All right, Katie Mitopoulos, thank you so much for joining us from Business Insider. We so appreciate it.
I don't get it, dude. Who would you... Oh, what? You'd have to pay the post office to get your package now? Interesting. It's been a long time since I've shipped internationally or got anything internationally. I thought that the sender paid the duty fee, though. Hey there. Here with me. Bug me right now about it. I gave Simon some fish oil this morning. Took it like a champ. I'll do it. Going to that, wanting to scratch it. Motherfucker. Very active today. Simon. Huh. Where are you? We did think about that suicide with that chick with the Epstein files chick.
Virginia Giuffre, one of the most prominent survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's sexual abuse and trafficking scandals, has now reportedly died by suicide. Virginia Giuffre's family said that the 41-year-old has died in New Gabby in Australia, where she'd been living for several years now. Virginia Giuffre was in fact one of the earliest and one of the loudest voices that called for criminal charges against Jeffrey Epstein and his enablers. Now, other Epstein abuse survivors later credited Virginia Giuffre for giving them the courage and the voice to speak out. It also provided some critical information to law enforcement that contributed to the investigation and later the conviction of Epstein's associate Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, Virginia Giuffre was raised in Florida. She said that she was abused by a family friend, triggering a downward spiral that led to her living on the streets for a time as a teenager. She was attempting to rebuild her life when she met with Maxwell. Epstein's close confidant, Ghislaine Maxwell, then groomed her to be sexually abused by Epstein, and that abuse continued from 1999 till 2002. She also accused Epstein of trafficking her to his powerful friends, including Prince Andrew and the French modeling agent Jean-Luc Brunel. Now, Epstein died by suicide in a New York jail in 2019 while he was awaiting trial on federal sex trafficking charges. His associate, Maxwell, a former British socialite, was found guilty for her role in recruiting young girls to be abused by Epstein and his other high-profile clients. The Giuffre filed a federal lawsuit against Andrew in 2021, alleging that he had sexually abused her when she was just 17 years old. For all the latest news, download the WION app and subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Yawn. Yawn.
Hello everyone, DECOY back for another review. Some of you guys said to try both of these.
Get them on double time.
The perfect sour apple flavor.
There it is.
As well as try super dope. By the way, this one I got from Walmart. This one I got from Meyer. Technically they can get it anywhere on BuyGammer. But you guys already know the nutritional facts on both. You guys also know there's no caffeine. By the way, hydration is key, as always. You don't hydrate. And clearly, what you do in your lifestyle.
Audio sucks for this one though.
Sometimes. But first up,
why does he have the microphone facing the window?
It's owned by Coca-Cola, so I don't have to explain everything. By the way, both of these have coconut water smoothies.
Coconut water, they could make him gassy.
Here's the color to it.
That's
so
better.
Let's see if it'll have a sour apple to it. called sour apple, but it's not that sour. But I'm getting that apple taste. So far, this beats out the other apple flavors.
Are you gonna bite me now?
Wait till noon for a read. Let's see what this one is. Because technically I'm not sure what the color will be. Or flavor. I'm checking for half. Color to this too. Let's go for the Supernova and see what flavor it is. Well, if you didn't know, you like at the bottle, inspired by Minecraft, it seems like. I'm not quite sure if I'm correct, but let's see what the flavor will be. That's a bit sour. But it seems like it's over. I can't even tell. So far, this is good, but I can't even tell what flavor it is. But it is good. Tastes like rainbow sherbet or something. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what a Supernova tastes like anyway. I'm gonna go from the bottle.
Prime. I cannot. There's no way I'm buying any of Logan Paul's products.
It's got an apple flavor as well.
Nope.
That's what I'm getting.
Just can't do it, Captain. Costco had it at one point.
I guess Logan Paul must have studied Dude Perfect's flavor. Wanted to try an apple flavor as well. That's what I got out of both of these. So in comparison, same flavor but different color. Different name and flavor. So am I going to be rating both of them? Well, excuse me. They're both good. But there's antioxidants and vitamin A, C, and E on the body armor, which you need vitamins A, C, and E. And there's just 3 vitamins. Well, this one only had 3 vitamins anyway.
Rating.
I'm gonna give this a 10 out of 10. The Supernova one though, I do like, but I'll give it an 8 out of 10.
He doesn't know what it tastes like.
It was your call, guys, on reviewing both body armor and as well as Prime. You guys know hydration is always key. That's what I always say in my videos on my channel. Tomorrow's review, though, if you guys want me to, I can always go for 5100 drinks. I can give you the rundown before I review them and what country these are from. But until tomorrow's video, I'm JIBBERJABBER out. Peace out. Later, everyone. See you in the next video.
It has 84 likes and 0 dislikes, dude. Up and comer. 740 views since yesterday. Heck yeah, another vid. And you need to move the microphone closer. We want the cowboy outfit. What? Taste review goat of YouTube. Tries apple drink, gets apple taste. Hard hitting and brutally honest reviews. I swear people are watching his videos so that they can read the comments afterwards, man. That's what he is now. Like people have even said, you know, you're a lolcow. He's like, He made a video about that. Well, he didn't make a video. He talked about it. Was like, I'm not. There's no such thing as a lolcow. Videos are important, something like that. Like. Love the way you house those drinks, CJ. Gone in seconds. We get them faster. Oh, you think that was fast? He's gonna start turning into a chug channel. Chugging energy drinks. Chugging 5 energy drinks in one go. The morphine of the channel started. It's so cold and rainy out there for the kitties. Horrible day for them. We don't have that many of these days. There are a lot of areas of the country where cats have to deal with this all the time. Our cats here, they're kind of spoiled. Should be over before noon.
How many unarmed black men die on the hands of police every year? Nationally.
Are you
yes.
serious?
How many?
Charlie Kirk, we're talking about something.
How many? No, you just said police. How many unarmed black men die at the hands of police every year?
Did I say that is the reason?
You just said police.
Policing is an issue.
How? You're right. We don't have enough police on the streets of black neighborhoods.
The police department is way more funded than our normal.
What is the #1 cause of black death in Chicago?
Are you serious?
Other blacks killing blacks.
Are y'all saying other blacks?
Yes.
Other blacks?
No, who's killing the blacks from Chicago? A bunch of kids from Highland Park? Look. Man,
let's read it. 70% of offenders were African American. Wait, pull it back up.
Hey guys, my name is Moddy and you are welcome to Moddy Speaks. So I recently came in contact with this Charlie Kirk's video where he was having this very brilliant conversation with these college students, and I think it is important that we all check out this video. However, when I said brilliant, okay, I was totally referring to Charlie Kirk's part of the conversation. The college kid, no, he's definitely lost, and it will take the grace of God, a lot of time and a lot of patience to wake him up to the reality of things, okay? But before we dive into the video though, please do well to subscribe to the channel if you've not already. Like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider joining my membership or buy me a coffee if you like, as a way of supporting the channel. All right.
How you doing, Charlie? Everybody good? That's good. Okay, I got my phone out. That's cool for you? Okay, cool. All right, so I'm gonna quote you real quick. You said, if I see a black pilot, I'm gonna be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. Are you gonna do that?
Yeah, I mean that is correct. Yeah,
that's correct. Okay, so can we both agree?
What was the context of what I said though?
What was the context? I don't even want to get into DEI because your opinion on DEI, it doesn't really help it in this case. So if the context between what you brought up was that you believe that
because they were being hired because they were black.
Okay, so can we both agree that every single pilot, whether black, white, whoever, has to go through FAA certification?
No, actually,
we can't.
New lawsuit shows that black pilots and female pilots have the standards being relaxed.
No,
for them.
sir. Can we agree at the time of February 29th or 2023 when you said it at the time? No.
No, actually, I said it. That's why you don't know the context. Is that new lawsuits were showing that they were relaxing the standards for air traffic control and pilots in order to meet the standards.
The context of that was diversity, equity, and inclusion. What does that have to do with hiring?
Oh my God, really? What does DEI have to do with hiring? Jeez, God. I told you guys that this guy is beyond redemption, okay? But I didn't expect it to be this bad. I mean, DEI has everything to do with hiring. That is what we're talking about. Is he living under a rock? They are going for minorities, for diversity, in lieu of, you know, qualification of merit, and you're asking what DEI has to do with hiring? Oh my God.
Everything. DEI definitionally is that we will hire more of a race versus a different race. So for example, United Airlines said that they want 50% of their new pilots to either be women or black. Okay. Currently, just so you understand, it's like 8%. So they want to go from 8% to 50%. Okay. And every time DEI is implemented, every single time, the lowering of standards occurs. Every single time.
Lowering of standards?
Correct.
Lowering of standards? Of course, lowering of standards, because you're trying to meet up a racial quota. So you're going to get as many people as possible to meet up that racial quota, irrespective of whether they are extremely qualified or not. So, yes, lowering of standards, buddy.
So can I prove it to you? We both want excellence, right?
Okay.
If you and I said, hey, we want 50% of the new people going in the NBA are white.
Okay.
Would the NBA drop in its standard?
Oh, it's good.
No.
That was good, dude.
Even the fellow students, the crowd of fellow students can hear how ridiculous this guy sounds. Like, no. He chose to answer this honestly just to support his flawed narrative. I mean, who doesn't know that black people are better in basketball, at least in America? Now, getting more white people into the game just for the sake of diversity is going to significantly decrease the performance of the team. But dude would rather lie than, you know, admit to the truth, because he doesn't want his entire narrative to fall apart. Oh my God.
It would ruin
the national basketball.
It would totally ruin the NBA, and people would stop watching it because they would know that the best of the best isn't out there. And it's the same thing that DEI is doing to the corporate world.
Yeah, no, if we said 50%, if we say
50% of the NBA dropped and it was only white.
No, I said
would the standard go down?
I'm not hearing what I'm saying. If 50% of all new people going in the NBA,
like the people that are in agreement with DEI would think that more white people would watch the sport and it would help it grow, because white people make up a predominant majority of our country. So maybe they want to see their own people out there. That could be an argument for that. But I think that more people want to see the best of the best than just see their own people out there, because if that were the case, that's how we would have done it. We would have kept it our own people. Well, we saw that black people were better, so we were like, oh, these are people, they're fun to watch out there. That's entertainment. We look like Neanderthals out there now compared to them. They're out there putting the ball through their legs and shit and jumping around. Hell yeah, that's fun. Let's watch that. Like, so it wouldn't work, but like, why are we thinking it's gonna work in our companies and not crash everything?
NBA were white by decree. Would the quality of play of the NBA decrease?
Would the quality of play in the NBA decrease?
Yeah.
No, if they're the same standard of basketball player.
Hold on, let's talk realistic.
Well, what are you saying realistically? You're asking me if
75% of the NBA is black. 75%.
So does that mean white players are less better, or does that mean
whites are not as good at basketball as blacks?
Okay.
I mean, we got some big.
Everybody, calm down.
Oh my God. I totally love the fact that Charlie is not ashamed of admitting that black people are killing it when it comes to sports like basketball, okay? I mean, that is just the truth. Now, that being the case, when you try to artificially influence this reality by, let's say, trying to increase the percentage of the white people in this game, you end up signing up players who might not be even up to par, okay? At the expense of extremely talented players who are black. But because you're trying to attain a particular DEI quota, you just bring these not as talented white players into the team, not minding the fact that this would drastically reduce the performance of the entire team. This is pure fact, but the black college student would never want to admit that, because that again would tear apart his entire narrative.
Now, we got some big exceptions. I mean, we're very proud of Larry Bird, okay?
No, he's good.
We're very proud of Luka and Nikola. However, the point being, let's implement DEI in the NBA. Okay. If all of a sudden 50% of all the players have to be white, which means they have to say no to otherwise good black players.
You know there was a time where this happened, right?
Well, no, of course, and the league wasn't as good. That's the point.
No, you understand that there was a time where the exclusion of African-American players was in the NBA, right?
No, for sure. I acknowledge that. And the league got better as blacks were allowed in.
Did it get better, or did we just integrate ourselves in?
Well, I'm totally losing brain cells, guys.
Pete Maravich. I was close.
This guy is living in La La Land. He is not here with us.
No, but you understand that there was a time when the exclusion of African Americans was in the NBA, right?
Of course. Well, that is all the more reason not to practice exclusion, aka DEI. In fact, this particular reason hampered the excellence of the NBA back then. It should always be merit over DEI any day. But let's hear our black brother clown himself more and more and more.
No, but wait.
Exactly. That's why there are so many black people in the NBA, because we did away with DEI, kinda. We did away with it being a white sport, and we were like, you know what? We get that we make up most of the population, and we want to try to be the ratio the same as our, hey, there's more white people here, so there's gonna be more white people in the NBA. But we were like, you know what? Fuck that idea. Let's get the best players up in here. I guess because there's more of us, we're gonna be more white people in here. So we did away with DEI, and now they're trying to reincorporate it, but only if it suits them. They don't want to incorporate it in the NBA because it doesn't suit them. Only in the business world and stuff where they wouldn't have gotten that position otherwise.
The players in the league averages around that time weren't worse. We just got better.
Hold on. Do you actually think that, why is it that 75% of the NBA is black?
Right now?
Yeah.
I mean, well, it was a certain point around 1965 where a law passed where we can actually...
Why is it that 75% of the NBA is black?
Because we integrated into the league.
No, because the best players are allowed to play in the NBA.
Well, actually, the best players in the NBA are European born. Well, they're not even African American.
I mean, a couple of them are. As I said, we're very proud.
No, we're very integrated within sports, but what does that prove?
That proves that the NBA is not built on DEI, it's built on excellence.
No, the NBA isn't proof. So when you mention DEI, you're now saying that it's...
You obviously don't know what DEI is. DEI...
I know what DEI is. If you're not giving me a proper explanation
DEI
of what
is
it is.
Racial quotas.
Racial quotas?
Yes. You've never heard of DEI before. So, do you know what a racial quota is? You have to have a certain amount of a certain race. That is what United Airlines did. Mm-hmm. We must get to 50% of our pilots to be black or women. Therefore, if the NBA said 50% of our players have to be white, I guarantee you, we could try to get as many Serbs and Croats as possible. It's not going to make the NBA the best league. Instead, the NBA has a policy of which the NBA and the FAA and the United Airlines should have the same policy. It doesn't matter the color of your skin. It matters how good you are at what you do. So excellence matters.
Wait. Okay.
Oh, wait. Okay. You guys shouldn't clap at that very important point he made, okay? Just shush. Allow me. I still have some ignorant things to say, people.
Okay, champ. Go ahead. Clown yourself some more.
So what you're saying is... Everybody's good? So what you're saying is the NBA...
is a great example of...
No, it's a bad example. Because in the example that I gave you, I said when you say a black or female pilot might be less qualified because of DEI, what you're implying is that they didn't earn their spot.
Correct, they didn't, because that's what DEI does.
That's your reply?
Because you're there because of the quota, not because of excellence.
Does DEI give you the opportunity because of who you are, or does it open up access?
No, it gives it because of literally the color of your skin.
Charlie, you are quoted by saying that, guys, Charlie...
Everyone knows the quote because it's true. When you hire somebody...
true?
It's true because they're there not because of their merit, but because of a racial quota. Why is it that only 8% of pilots right now for United Airlines are black or female?
It's actually 3%.
Oh, that proves my point even more.
And no, it doesn't. It's... Guys, DEI is the reason why they're not in these positions. But it's because they're... Listen!
Man, you are...
At this point,
Are you saying
everybody's brain is
the opposite of DEI is the reason why they're not? Maybe.
totally fried, okay? People are literally searching for their brain cells. God, how do you keep up with this kind of confused individual?
But it's because they're... Listen!
Man, you are making no sense at all.
That's cool.
No, explain to me what
equity and inclusion is the... Sorry, okay.
Explain to me what a racial quota is.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion is the reason as to why accesses are now open to certain races.
Hold on. Can a black person not become a pilot before DEI?
What are you saying? Was it equal opportunity or was it equal access?
But
was it equal opportunity? Was it equal access?
It's
Charlie?
equal. Both.
It's both.
Yes.
It's equal opportunity. And I could not go to college in 1964 with a free ride, free paid tuition, but you could, Charlie.
Bro, you are not in 1964. Come on, this is 2025.
Hold on. First of all,
are y'all just forgetting that the last 50 years of historical context happened?
This is
crazy.
How did that?
That's crazy.
How does that impact you? And wait, do you have a free ride right now?
Do I have a free ride right now?
Yeah.
I go to school.
Who pays your tuition?
Who pays my tuition?
Yeah.
I don't want to share that on.
You just said you had a free ride.
I don't want to.
Wait, hold on.
I said in 1964,
No. So it's 2025. Let's stay focused on today.
So in 2025, even with equal opportunity and open access,
it's not.
That's what diversity, equity, and inclusion is. It opened up access for people like me to get these opportunities.
But so someone has to pay for your college. Who's paying for it?
You're saying someone has to pay for my college?
Yeah. So taxpayers are paying for
your college. Deposit the money into the bank right now.
Well,
show me your bank account. It's taxes. So what you're saying is it was opened up accesses. What I'm presenting to you is that the access that I was allowed.
Okay, so what do you mean by access? What
do I mean by access?
How do black people not have access to a better life in America? What's preventing them?
What's preventing black people from having a better life in America?
Yes. What's preventing them?
Police, the government.
Hold on, no. Police. How many unarmed black men die? How many unarmed black men die from the hands of police every year?
The unarmed black? Are you serious?
How many?
Charlie Kirk, we're talking about something.
How many? No, you just said police. How many unarmed black men die at the hands of police every year?
Did I say that is the reason why
you just said police?
Policing is an issue.
You're right. We don't have enough police on the streets of black neighborhoods.
The police department is way more funded than our normal libraries.
What is the #1 cause of black death in Chicago?
Are you serious?
Other blacks killing blacks.
I said other blacks?
Yes.
Other blacks?
No, who's killing the blacks from Chicago? A bunch of kids from Highland Park? Who is killing them?
Who is killing African Americans?
Yes.
People are killing people.
No. What race is killing them?
Why are y'all trying to act like African Americans are just solely murdered? People are killing people.
No. What race is killing? Is it white people killing blacks or blacks killing blacks?
People are killing people, Charlie.
Okay, but hold on. What race is killing the other race?
What race is killing what race more? That does not matter.
It does matter because it's a black on black problem.
It's a black
black
does it
to solve
matter?
the problem of black on black violence. I want you to tell me, why is it that black Americans are 13% of the population yet they commit 55% of the murders?
Where can you show me that?
Again, it's FBI statistics. It's well known.
FBI statistics. Where can you show me that at? Can you give me
ask
substantial
ChatGPT, ask Grok.
Why would I ask ChatGPT when ChatGPT has shown, proven? What?
Prove it again. Anyone near you can show you the stats. Right? It's right there. Look.
What are you showing me?
Man,
let's read it. 70% of offenders were African American. Wait, pull it back up. Boo, yeah. Charlie, for the sake of myself, I really do appreciate the ability to debate with you, man.
I want you to think about what I asked you.
Okay, you mind if I have a hat?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank God for human civilization. Thank God for cell phones and the
You wanted
internet.
a free fucking hat
These
too.
factors We can easily
Is that all the
access
fucking
information
college
quicker
paper
and
for
better.
free?
That was an instant fact check right there. Okay, not
Wow.
that wasn't common knowledge though, because this rather shows that the college student doesn't listen to real information. Maybe he only listens to, you know, Democrats and believes all the lies they keep telling him. Things like the biggest threat to Black Americans in America are the police instead of fellow Black people. I mean, people like these college students kind of lives in a bubble. They are largely oblivious to the actual situation of things. But at the end of the day, I'm happy he came forward to have this conversation with Charlie, okay? I think his eyes has been opened at least a little bit. At least he is slightly aware of reality now. So now he might start asking all the important questions that really matter. He might start thinking out of the box, and you never can tell. He might actually wake up from his slumber. Guys, this was extremely funny to watch, seeing as somebody was busy clowning himself and distorting the facts and reality. But like I said, I'm hopeful for him. He took a cap from Charlie, so maybe he's gonna start questioning some of his beliefs, and believe me, that would be wonderful for him. As always, guys, these are my thoughts, these are my opinions, but feel free to share yours in the comment section below. Also, respectfully. Also, if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, honestly, I don't know what you're waiting for. Subscribe to the channel. Like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider joining my membership or buying me a coffee if you like, as a way of supporting the channel. Thank you for watching this video, and I hope to catch you on the next one.
Oh,
for
no
now,
song.
Peace.
No song for the days one. One more hour race we get on. Guys have become the party of war, says Fox News. YouTube celebrates 20th anniversary. Oh yeah, they doing anything?
Can you believe it's been 20 years since the first video was uploaded to YouTube?
Makes me feel old.
I know, right? Me too.
Yes,
Give
it
me
all started with a
YouTube.
19-second clip and led to billions of hours of videos, music, podcasts, a whole lot more. The platform
Probably gonna
has really
take some shit
transformed
away
the way
from
that
us
we
today.
consume content and
Celebrate.
connect around the world. And joining us
Live
to continue
streaming now
conversation
canceled
this
on
morning
YouTube.
is Maddie
Fuck you,
Buxton,
YouTube
YouTube's
live
culture and
streamers.
trends lead. Maddie, nice to have you with us this morning. Can't believe it's been
Happy
20
20th.
years. What?
Good morning. Thanks for having me. I can't believe it either. 20 years ago, the first video was uploaded, and now YouTube is the #1 streaming platform in the US. It's crazy.
It is crazy. I'm on it every single day. So take us back to 2005 when Me at the Zoo was uploaded to YouTube. Remind us what the story was behind that clip.
Yeah, it's a 19-second clip from one of YouTube's co-founders. The title describes it perfectly. He went to the zoo, he saw some elephants, and it's a very kind of nondescript video, but so meaningful as we look back on it. And it's similar to a lot of those early viral videos, David After Dentist, Double Rainbow, Charlie Bit My Finger, were pretty short. And now we see such a mix of formats, people creating long form, short form, live streams, podcasts.
Charlie Bit My Finger is like rent-free in my head always.
Ouch,
It just
Charlie.
lives. Ouch, Charlie. And then they turned it into a song.
Yes.
Charlie Bit Me. I love it. So millennials especially grew up on YouTube, Maddie, spending hours watching videos that are still considered iconic to this day and shaped our culture. Who was the first to reach 1 million
Yeah, they probably did
subscribers?
pay,
And which music videos broke records?
The first to reach 1 million subscribers
PewDiePie.
was a creator named Fred.
Oh,
He
wasn't
had a
PewDiePie.
very
What did he hit, a
recognizable
billion?
voice and did some very funny sketches. And the first music video to reach 1 billion and also 2 billion views was
Beyonce.
Gangnam Style. A
Oh,
real
that's
classic.
right.
I used to love watching Fred on YouTube as
Remember
well.
that happened? It was like,
In fact, he got his start on YouTube, and then Disney Channel hired it. Like it was, or
Yeah.
Nickelodeon, one of those. But I mean, that just shows the power and impact of
Yes.
getting on YouTube.
And I know ABC showed, what was the name of that band that did the treadmill video?
I don't know.
Remember
the
that
name,
one?
But
Oh, okay, go.
Yes, thank you. That's one of my favorite music videos of all time. I think it did very well on
Yeah.
YouTube too.
Yeah, it's amazing. No, I mean, to your point, we've seen so many creators become major mainstream celebrities.
Yeah, and taking the platform in so many different directions, which has been exciting too. So 20 years later, what are folks watching today and what type of videos are trending right now?
Yeah, we've seen a huge growth in video podcasts, especially this past election cycle. We saw candidates really going first to creators, to these video podcasts to give interviews in a very conversational way. And we're also seeing a huge growth of indie animated series that are starting with creators on YouTube and breaking through.
Did she stop smiling already? Shit, bitch.
I think it makes me scared for my job.
Problem.
But hey, I do love that people are getting news
Fucking
there and
face
long-form
problem.
interviews and information.
Smile
What are
off her
some things
face.
most people didn't know YouTube can do? And we hear you also have some news about YouTube's logo.
Yeah.
Yes, you should all go to youtube.com today and click on the logo. You will get a special surprise that I will not ruin, but it's very fun. One of my other favorite features is if you ever get a song stuck in your head, but you can't remember it, you can use a tool called Song Search where you just hum the song and YouTube will locate it for you.
Really? I didn't know
Try
that.
to go to their website.
What? I could have done that whole time? Hold up. I'm about to try that.
So much fun and so much reminiscing to
That song I couldn't think of for the longest. I need to hear just a second of it so I could remember. Let's see if it would have done it. I find it. What it was. Right on my list. Oh, it is working. Okay. All right. Do 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 do. No. No, that brought up a. Where do I go for this? Search. Voice. Oh. I mean, open the app, tap the search, and select the waveform icon next to the microphone. Oh, maybe I can't do it on the computer version. Not a waveform icon. Okay, now we gotta search. Oh look, you can do it on. Okay, doing it yet? Dude! Wait, so it's on the list. Wait, wait, where is it? Why did it? Am I still watching commercials or something? What was the name? Wait, it is bringing it. Okay, that is the song. It starts off like as a. Wait, where'd he go? Where'd he go? There it is. But it gave me the playlist for it. It didn't actually give me. There it is. It was off my hum though. I could have done that all that time. Try a different one. Wait. That's pretty awesome, dude. I could have done that whole time, Ted. Sounded just like it though, so I mean, it makes sense that it knew. Should make a short about that. I bet nobody knows about that being a thing. It's better. I got with some coffee. I'm glad it, dude. We all just learned something from watching that stupid little thing. It was probably funded by YouTube. Now we never have to know. We never have to be like, man, what was that song? You can just go to YouTube and it'll tell you, man. That's so cool. I'm happy that I was able to do that for you, you know? Yeah. Awesome. Did something today for people. Get off while my head, huh? Hamas willing to accept 5-year Gaza truce in exchange for something. They cut the title off, I don't know. All hostages. Yeah, mine's on right next to me. Could you tell? See me keep touching it? It's fucking cold in here this morning. I know I got a tank top on. It's because I need to do laundry. I'm running out of them though. When I do laundry, I'm gonna have tank tops hanging up. My rainforest. Well, powwow's live today.
those relations. We appreciate you, sister, and all that you do for all of our younger generation. Ladies and gentlemen, all the friends and relatives, good day it is today. I want to let all of our round dancing families and all of our singers know that we're going to honor the way of Pitsi when Nawago Manantik, all the relatives out here, Nitsi Waganak, all of our friends, we're going to invite you here, Astamik, right here in front of us. Oti, we're going to ask you to come down and dance and sing with us. Any round dance families and singers, bring your drum.
Any round eye families
from the northern people of the Nihilwak territory, of the Cree territory of Canada, and as well in portions of United States. Backup singers, where are you? Backup singers, come on down. We want you to sing. We want you to be with us as you are the backbone and the beautiful energy of the nation and people. As we believe in natural law, ladies and gentlemen, this is something special.
Part of the round eye tribe.
Special that can give you a good life, give you a good purpose. And these gentlemen right here live this life. These gentlemen right here are a way to showcase the people why this round dance is important and should be respected. Why the relatives behind me that stand behind me in a good way are going to show you something beautiful. We want to invite all the families here that's ever heard these round dance songs, that's ever been in a good place. Help them be in a special balance and brought natural law to your life. Come on down. We're ask you to come round dance with us. As on behalf of the Nihilwak territory and these gentlemen that come from all over Musqueam, Frog Lake, all the way from everywhere and anywhere. We're very proud of Red Pheasant, Saskatchewan, and all the relations that come here to gather nations to sing for you. We're going to go with 2 songs, gentlemen. Enjoy your time. When you're ready, let's show them what you do up in the north.
I've noticed that.
It's round dance time. All right, relatives, come on out here. Beat the Wexamo, come dance with us.
Oh, but I'm not yawning because, dude, I took edibles this morning, so I'm like, bro, edibles on an empty stomach. I'm in the spirit world. You see the size of that chicken? I'll do peyote today and watch the powwow. Take those old ass mushrooms I have.
Heartbeat of the nation, the heartbeat of Mother Earth. Come on out and dance with us. Nagabot Bisak, sounding good.
It only happens once a year. She's the Miss Indian, dude. There's multiple Miss Indians. Oh, they the super hotness.
You can feel the energy. Let them hear it make some noise.
Oh, I'd be more likely to if it wasn't so damn cold. You know, it's just it's not fun doing mushrooms when it's cold. It makes me more cold.
Can you feel it?
It should be warm out. It can be warm in mushrooms and make me feel cold. They know what they're saying. Oh, that's a big Indian chick.
We invite all friends and family and all the relatives come round and
dude, we introduced like processed food to these people and they blew up, dude. They didn't used to look like this. They didn't have the food to get this fat.
Sounding good.
They're all bloated, dude. Native Americans all got bloated. Warriors. You know, like when we hit America, they weren't all fat as shit. They were warriors. We had a force to be reckoned with. Imagine if they were all like this now when we hit the... We'd be like, yo, it's a land of fat people. These people are going to be easy to conquer. Because half these people are considered, well, 2.5 of them, but a lot of them are considered overweight or obese. I don't think that was a thing to them at all. We brought that here. Capitalism.
Make some noise for the Northern Boys right here from the
I wonder when they started eating unhealthy.
That was it. That was Indian.
They probably started with the alcohol usage.
Yuck, eat that tummy, henny, nine boys suck, boys suck. That was it, gentlemen. We're going to ask you all to stay out there. We got one more song, and then we got a special song coming right on after that. Boys suck, you know what to do. You brought the good vibes here today. For everyone that's watching at home, we hope that this reaches your home fire. All your loved ones, all the relatives that you call family that are dear to your heart. This dance is for all people, KANYE, to bring that life right here in
worked the sweat up over there.
Area. When you're ready, boys, NOTHIGH.
You're just yelling, right?
What a song! What a song! Woo! Woo!
I bet it sounds pretty epic in there, though.
The beautiful way of life of the Cree people. They send their love and their good energy to all you people and all the relations. Now I go manantek, niche waganak, hi hi. Come on here.
I appreciate their dedication, though. Like that they care so much about it, even though I'm like looking at it as an outsider. Like, look at this dude's outfit, bro. He's ready to go to battle, bro. Scalp a motherfucker. White skin about to get scalped, huh, boy? Oh, they were the traveling type, huh? Nomadic Indians, right? What were there? 3 different types? There was like nomadic, other types of Indians.
That prayer, that good energy. Let this dance fulfill that good spirit.
Settled and agrarian, because some tribes being nomadic, hunters and gatherers, and others being settled and agrarian. So they're 2 different types. They either stayed put or they didn't stay put. The Navajo went from being nomadic to being sedentary after adopting agriculture.
How did you like that, ladies and gentlemen? Make some noise for the Northern Boys. All right, stay on out here, ladies and gentlemen. We got one more final song. On behalf of our family, my niece Dow Dallas Liwaska Hat, the head singing judge, my older sister Fawn Wood, and our family want to honor a special relation. And they would like to honor this relation because it's a special day. And we'd like to tell you, MEOW tip skal, may Creator always
Like, I'm
bless
happy
you
for them
from the top
being
of
so
your head
happy.
to the bottom of your feet,
Like,
as
this is
life
their
has
day.
given you a journey.
Weekend.
This is special relative has a birthday, and I want everyone
Man,
to
that
make
dude
some
was
noise
huge.
for our very own Miss Indian World, Cassie John. Happy birthday!
What's really interesting is we're all like, yeah, man, look, that's a purebred, 100% probably. That's awesome. They've kept that going. But if you're white, you're looked down at for wanting to keep that going.
Let's fill this room with all that love.
It's not until your numbers as a race are significantly depleted that you're allowed to care. What is that? We're significantly depleted worldwide. We're just in a concentration here in America because we popped off here.
As we say to that beautiful place, we hope you see that next sunrise. In that beautiful way, we tell you we love you and we are proud of you. MEOW tip skal, Cassie John, Miss Indian World.
People won't care about preserving white until there's very few white people left, which eventually is probably going to happen. And then white people will be de-eyed. No, they won't. They don't have to be. Interesting. Well, that worked. Is everything just going to switch and white people are just going to be significantly lower IQ than the mixed race people somehow? I mean, it's already happening with Asians are higher IQ.
You make that full circle of life. You bring our community together to honor a special relative, friend, and loved one. What a beautiful way of life of being when given for the Nihilwak people.
That was in English. Cultural appropriation, Indians. What are you doing? English. Jeez, Moo wearing the Moo. Damn it, we did them wrong. They never introduced them to spam. Yo, look at this chick with the handprint on her face. She's ready to go to war. A kid's handprint. That was cool.
Did you like that, ladies and gentlemen? Wow.
Can you imagine if white people gathered like this and celebrated being white? Dude, I'm just like, imagine.
Clear the arena, please, and thank you. On behalf of the
Being as proud as these people are.
on behalf of my relations, we always like to give thanks, as we say,
Like giving thanks to our European settling ancestors and shit.
dance, and that's a way of healing. I'm going to turn the mic on over to our
There wouldn't be any black people there.
beautiful program. On behalf of my sister Fawn
Except
Wood,
for the
our head
people that were
judge,
working,
Dallas and of
like
course,
bringing us our beverages.
and everyone that allowed this to be here, like Derek and his lovely wife, we thank you. And tune on in to
would get in trouble.
powwows.com because we're about to get ready, steady, good to go, and boot, scoot, and boogie. Good to see you, relatives. Thank you very much.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause, Fawn Wood, Dallas, and all of those singers and dancers. Make
Yo,
some
you
noise.
barely passable for native, bro.
Are you guys ready to powwow? Some of y'all are.
Yeah, see, they ain't digging you. You ain't the ponytail or anything.
All right, we're going to turn the microphone
That's
over.
what just happened. They're like, who's this guy? He's not one of us.
I'm going to turn it over to the one, the only. Make some noise.
What's happening?
Ruben Littlehead.
What is going on? They just rejected with a commercial?
Visionaries.
What the fuck is going on? They really did.
Let there be no limit to how you see yourself or where. American Airlines, you are why we fly.
Dude, that's what fucking Charlie Kirk was just talking about, how they're trying to get 50% females and blacks for their pilots. We just watched something on that, and that was a DEI commercial. Whoa, and they interjected the powwow to show it.
Ryland Brady, if you could stand by, we'll come to you for drum song. And then we're going to come on down around the horn with drum roll call. And we're going to one start everyone. Get us back in the
I need some coffee after that one. I'll be right back.
It's now 11:30, and I do believe we have drum roll call in 2 minutes.
What are the chances? Like
so leading arrow.
We were just talking about that.
Come on around the horn. Dancers, start getting ready. And I've just been given some information here from
so
George
we have
Shields, Courtney Yaholer.
We wouldn't have had the knowledge of what the hell we just watched had we not seen the Charlie Kirk thing a second ago. Like that would have just been like a normal commercial. It definitely wasn't, though. You know, it was a DEI commercial. I would have noticed that it was a DEI commercial had I not known about those numbers that they were trying to pump up, specifically American Airlines. Very interesting. But now I thought they were about to show us something. Yo, this YouTube channel is a little weird. What was that? Stop the hate. That was some kind of anti-racist message. Everyone in their culture must be respected. All lives matter. Powwow getting, dude. If anybody that's watching this doesn't need that message blasted to them, what do they think? They got haters watching this shit. They're like, hey, fuck these natives. Yeah, hey guys, let's watch the natives dance around these stupid assholes.
I believe that's is that Southern Boys? Southern Boys Kelly? All right.
There are a lot of idiots in the world. That was a complete waste of money, whoever put that ad on there.
One start, and then we'll get ready for that high noon grand entry. We got any Kansas City Chiefs fans in the house? All right. Yeah. We got any Denver Bronco fans in the house? We got any Shuday Sander fans in the house? I don't think he got drafted yet. Drum song, leading arrow. I turn it to you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our drum song.
Oh, it's the same song they were singing a minute ago. Oh, wait, this is... They've seen this song 4 times now, haven't they? Where's room 5? Connected? What happened? What was connected? Man, it's cold, dude. Think about turning the gas heater on in the hallway.
Thank you, leading arrow. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Ahoo. Our drum song to set the pace. To open the day here,
Let's go ahead and bring in
first song that is rendered.
Dr. Alok Patel right here to break this all down with more in this week's health roundup. Okay, Dr.
Does
Patel,
chicken
let's talk
cause
about this because
cancer?
this study was based on an Italian community. It suggests eating chicken may be linked to a higher rate of gastrointestinal cancer, but experts say it doesn't necessarily take into account those lifestyle factors as well. What do you make of it?
GIJOE, you basically nailed it. You don't even need me. I think people who saw this headline initially were scared and said, oh my gosh, a potential link between consuming chicken and cancer. But this is just one study that shows a small correlation. It does not show cause and effect. And the researchers even acknowledge that they don't really look at the type of chicken people were eating. Was it processed? Is there sauce on it? Is it charred? They also don't pay attention to lifestyle factors such as physical activity. And then there's also genetics. So you can't just look at this one study and make a conclusion that eating chicken causes cancer. This is another reason why journalists, doctors, scientists want people to look beyond the headline. Don't panic. Just make sure you're eating lean, clean sources of protein, such as good old chicken.
And I'm glad you said that because I eat a lot of it. Thank you so much. Okay, moving to the measles now, because a new study says that a 10% decline in vaccination rates could actually lead to 11 million measles cases in the next 25 years in the U.S. Measles actually got that eliminated status in America back in 2000. Could that status change?
It absolutely could, GIJOE. We were actually very
Biden
close to
calls
losing
that
status
shit,
in
by the way.
2019. We would lose that status if we have continuous outbreaks of measles for 12 months.
It's not because
and
people
right
stopped
now,
doing the
unfortunately on
vaccine.
that
It's
trajectory.
because
The
people
map
got
model you're looking
in
at
that had
basically
this
looks to see
shit.
what would happen if vaccination rates dropped over the next 25 years. Measles could
Asshole.
become a routine infection that we see that used to land plenty of children and vulnerable individuals in the hospital. We don't want to do that. We want to make sure those
Charred
kindergarten
meat?
vaccination
Why
rates
not?
stay high.
How about
I'll give
charred
people a quick math
bread?
model here. About 4 million children, give or take, enter kindergarten every single year. We want 95% of those kids to be covered to prevent outbreaks of
My
measles.
Jesus crackers
That
are
number
charred.
drops by even 1 or 2%. This is potentially hundreds of thousands of kids who aren't protected, which is why we have
about
to
Charlie
make sure that
Brown?
we continuously talk about measles cases and the importance of vaccination to prevent all of it.
What's wrong with Charmin?
Dr. Alok Patel,
I like
thank you
the
so much.
chard.
ABC
Thank
News
you.
medical contributor.
Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday.
I'm not
my
going to
friend.
be
Thank
scared of charred stuff. What is this carbon? You saying carbon's bad for you? I mean, you can straight eat carbon though, and it's good for flushing out your. Isn't it just carbon? Just burnt. Now what's left? I don't fucking know. Damn, an arrest made it a
Only right here on Local 10,
1986
after nearly 4 decades,
murder.
a cold case
Wow.
has been solved.
Yo, can you imagine this? If he wasn't locked up, he was like, man, right, I forgot it happened. No, he probably didn't forget it happened. I bet he was still worried about it, actually. I don't know, though, man. 4 years is a long time, man.
Miami Beach.
An arrest has been made after a woman was killed in a robbery. Local 10's Rosh Lowe is live in North Miami Beach with these exclusive details ahead of a news conference later this afternoon. Rosh.
This is just an incredible story on so many levels, and you'll hear a lot more on this story throughout the course of the day. But let's get into our photos here, and I'll give you the details of the story. You're looking at the victim in this case, Shirley Branch. She was a licensed real estate broker here in North Miami Beach. Can you even imagine? Nearly 40 years her family has waited for justice after police say she was shot and killed in a robbery not far from the police headquarters. She was shot and killed at her office at 163rd Street and Northeast 18th Avenue. Once again, police say this was a robbery where she was shot once. A co-worker was present during the attack. So all these years pass, and what happens? 2 retired detectives who were so moved by the case actually come back to the department determined to solve it. And in January 2023, they formed a dedicated cold case unit. They actually had fingerprints from the original scene that were not entered into what's known as the automated fingerprint identification system due to not meeting certain criteria at the time. So in March, what do? They resubmit those fingerprints, and then they get a match, they say. They get a match to this guy, Jeffrey Taylor. He is now 65 years old. According to police, he was 26 when this murder and this robbery occurred. I was able to speak on the phone to family, and as you can imagine, they have been waiting for this moment for so long. And at 3 o'clock this afternoon, family members of Shirley Brandt will stand side by side with detectives here at the North Miami Beach Police Department. It's surely going to be an emotional moment as this family has waited so long. But this really goes to the heart of persistence. These detectives didn't give up. In fact, they came out of retirement to make sure they provided justice and closure for this family. We'll hear from them today at 3 p.m. We're live in North Miami Beach. I'm Rosh Lowe, Local 10 News.
Hey, house prices might come down soon.
Things out to Fox Business's Jerry Willis. She gives us the latest on what we need to know about the housing market.
Housing market gets underway. The National Association of Realtors reporting existing home sales plummeted in March. Here are the numbers. March sales falling 5.9% month to month and even down year over year by 2.4%. The move even surprising NAR chief economist Lawrence Yun, who said he had expected building inventories to boost sales, but it was not to be. Barbara Corcoran, founder of Corcoran Group, said economic uncertainty and Trump's tariffs are undermining confidence among potential buyers. Though Trump's announcement of tariffs didn't occur until April 2nd, he vowed to raise tariffs as early as his first day in office.
It's the main card. People don't like to buy in uncertain times. People worry. People at home are worried about their futures and nervous about everything. And the last thing they do is want to make a large commitment to anything. They hesitate.
No, it's because we all think that the rates are going to go down, dude. What do you mean? That's what it is. I think that's what it is for me. I mean, isn't that what it is for most people that aren't buying? They know that the rates are fucking inflated as shit right now, so they should come down if the tariffs work. And then home. So the combination of people waiting and it's good, dude. This is going to cause house prices to go down. I bet this is good. Yeah, people are just waiting, and we're saying fuck you to the market. And hopefully, dude, hopefully Airbnbers don't fucking swoop in. That's the thing. Like, dude, cities need to start making laws against this Airbnb shit. But since people are traveling much less, Airbnbs aren't as profitable now. So, I mean, that's also playing into it.
Sales decline occurring at the same time as mortgage rates coming down.
Yeah.
According to Danielle, Realtor.com chief economist, quote, these March home sales would likely have gone under contract in February and early March when mortgage rates declined from near 7% to 6.6%. Hale went on to say, quote, the tailwind of falling mortgage rates was likely offset by rising concerns about the outlook for personal financial situations and job security, reported in consumer surveys, despite the fact that actual labor market data remained quite healthy. Some good news out of that report. Inventories are increasing up 8.1% month to month, which should ultimately boost sales. Jerry Willis, Fox Business.
I mean, Only if they drop the
President Trump was
prices.
asked directly about this in the Oval Office earlier today. Here's what he had to say.
Mr. President, on the economy, there was a slowdown as it relates to home sales in the month of March, the slowest pace since 2009. Is that an economic indicator, and perhaps the Treasury Secretary can weigh in on this as well, is that an economic indicator that concerns you about the broader U.S. economy?
No, they had very good numbers on housing today, extremely good numbers, and that's despite interest rates, because, you know, if you look at what happened, everyone said, oh, I said I was going to get prices down. I did. Housing is doing very well. We should lower interest rates. That's the Fed. I hope they lower interest rates. That's a smart thing to do. Be ahead a little bit, although already it's a little bit late. But in the end, we just have a great country. We have a very strong country.
So we're going to continue our coverage on this. This is something that we are going to be tracking closely. Standing by is senior economist at Realtor.com, Joel Berner. He's here. Joel, there may be people watching this who don't follow the housing market closely. Why is this news important? Are existing home sales an indicator of larger economic trends?
Absolutely, they are. The housing market is essentially underpinned by the labor market, and how confident and comfortable people feel about their jobs and their income is how they're going to make decisions about buying a home. And so a slowdown like we saw in March is concerning. And I think that on top of mortgage rates, consumer confidence is really what was driving that decline in home sales in March.
So did sales fall hardest in any particular part of the country?
You know, sales have been performing across the country in different ways. A majority of sales are still happening in the South for both existing homes and new homes. But what's really been interesting is the price differential of homes selling in the lower tiers and higher tiers, with the luxury segment really outperforming kind of the starter inventory segment, which is sort of an interesting development and speaks to the importance of mortgage rates, because folks who can afford to buy really expensive homes are often paying more in cash and mortgaging less, while first-time home buyers looking for starter inventory have to rely on mortgage rates at these high 6% rates, which just makes it even harder to afford a home.
I was just about to ask you, and maybe you've already just answered my next question, but what is the main culprit for the sluggish months? If I could put it in my own words, is it affordability challenges?
It's affordability challenges and it's uncertainty. Those two things together are really slowing, a lot of prospective home buyers from getting into the market. People just aren't feeling certain about their own economic prospects, and they're looking around at homes and seeing that there are very few, even though there's more inventory, not as much that meets their budget.
Springtime. Why is it the most popular time for people to buy or sell a home?
Yeah, it's the start of when families tend to move, is kind of the long and short answer of it. As the school year comes to an end, families are more like...
Weather. It sucks to move when it's snowing or it's icy outside or raining. And it's the rainy season. Winter is the rainy season for California, even though it doesn't snow and shit here. But, that's the main reason, I think, personally.
Likely to start making a move during the summer. So
You
if
didn't
they
even
buy a
mention-
home in the spring, it makes the summer move a lot easier.
Most common
it
sense
really just
reason.
comes down to lifestyle as much as anything else. But in a lot of parts of the country, this is a time where it's finally nice out and finally nice to go and look at homes on the block. So I think that's a part of it too.
That's the main reason.
So I read that there is $52 trillion worth of real estate asset valuation in the U.S. right now. That's a high figure, isn't it? What does that tell us if total asset valuation is booming, but existing home sales are not?
Yeah, we think that the order of operations here is really, listing prices to sales prices to home values. And so we can kind of get a sense of where things are going in home valuation data by looking at the market. And in terms of listing data, we're really seeing flat year-over-year change in terms of the median listing price on the market. Sales data show that the median sales price is still growing. Even in this March slowdown in terms of volume, the sale price rose on a year-over-year basis. So we expect that to kind of start to soften in the coming future, and then we will eventually see, that the change in values to our homes that happened is in the wake of the pandemic.
Dude,
the intense run up in
I
home.
bet a lot of people are going to start offloading their homes once they get some assurance that interest rates are going to start going down. They're going to start putting their houses on the market before the interest rates get dropped all the way down, because house prices are inflated right now. They're at an all-time high, kind of. Like, so the prices of houses actually start decreasing because the market's being flooded with new houses that no one are buying. People that already have houses, their values are going to start dropping, right? It should. As long as Americans aren't traveling as much as they used to. If they start traveling as much as they used to, then Airbnbs are going to start becoming a problem. Well, they already are a problem, but as long as Americans don't travel as much and use Airbnbs, because people are starting to get paranoid about there being cameras in Airbnbs too. So there's that and other reasons why people are starting not to use them as much. They were really big 10 years ago, but like in Europe, I was using them over 10 years ago. But I don't know if I'd want to now, because now, like, I wasn't even thinking of there being cameras, secret cameras being set up and shit in these places, and people are starting to find. So, yeah.
Values and in median listing price is something that, you know, was a shock and is something that we're still kind of recovering from. So getting into the new normal is going to be what we see in the coming months and years.
Live look at Marine One. Right now we're watching President Trump as he's landing outside the White House. He just attended an event in Washington, D.C. Obviously, President Trump responding directly to the question earlier today.
I like it.
And he follows just about every economic angle you can imagine, Joel. The March numbers were not great.
That's a cool
Is it
ass
expected
shot,
to get
man, with him
worse?
still airborne
Are
in
there
there.
any indicators to watch for as far as home sales go?
Yeah, the most important thing is mortgage rates. And with the uncertainty in the market right now, we're not seeing mortgage rates fall, even when the stock market has been struggling in recent weeks and months. We would expect to see that bring interest rates down, but that's not happening in a way that we expect. So I think that's going to remain an issue for affordability. In these high 6% ranges, it's going to be tough for people to get off the sidelines. And those are boosted by anticipation of future inflation, among other things. And I think the trade war that's being waged right now is really kind of shaking some people's expectations about what their money is going to be worth in the future, with huge tariffs being applied to goods from all over the world. So it's going to change the way that we kind of anticipate rates going forward. And I think that's going to continue to cause problems for people in being able to afford a home.
Where does the story go from here? What comes next? And guys like yourself, we talked about the spring season, but what do you watch for in the summer months and later on in the year?
Yeah, it'll be really interesting as we get into the kind of end of the year. We're pacing, as NAR showed in the March data, for a slightly slower year than 2024, which was itself the slowest sales year since 1996. So we're looking at the data right now. We're trailing a historically rough year in March in terms of existing home sales. So something's got to change if we're going to get the type of growth that people were anticipating in 2025. So something has to change in terms of mortgage rates, in terms of consumer confidence, to kind of, you know, ungum the gears of the market, because it's really being slowed down right now when people don't feel as confident as they did in years past, and people are not able to finance their homes at the kind of terms that they were getting in years past either.
Joel Berner is a senior economist at Realtor.com. Thanks, Joel.
God, I really wish I wasn't written sometime, dude. If I would have been paying for a house the whole time that I lived here, I'd be like at least a quarter of a way done with paying for it. And I could sell it right now and get all that money back. Man, like, it's kind of a little gutting. Am I done? To get out of here, don't I? To get out of here and get a house soon. Got it. Go. Indecisive. It cost myself at least $100,000. Unfortunately, it looks like it stopped raining though. I can take some food out to the kitties and get Simon his heart med. all at the same time. Let me put a little bit of something on. Have any? Use a bit up yet. Has been nothing has been properly vetted. Kitty, kitty. Oh, come here. Oh, so cute. Is you just pass out just like this. Hey dear. Had her second day of antibiotics yesterday for gingivitis. Gingivitis. Hope it's helping already. Comes to feel better. Oh man, she's got a half and half now of adult food and kitten food. A fancy feast. She's been eating up our shoes, so the feast is. Beef pate. Same stuff I feed outdoor cats. Oh, you stretching. Florida sues Snapchat for allegedly endangering children. Cats and boots and cats and cats and. No. What the fuck? I don't know.
Dance.
Cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and ow. Like I was feeling it.
For right now,
oh man, remember that thing yesterday with that chick that they blocked in with the truck with the tear gas? The top comment's not the one that got me. The top comment's kind of funny. It says Katy Perry isn't doing well after coming back from space. I guess she looked kind of like Katy Perry. I don't know. The second comment's what got me. I was waiting for the Air Force to call in an airstrike. The third comment. It's ridiculous to use this amount of resources for this situation. Fourth comment. This is so stupid. Just take her out of the car. Just. This comment. You have got to be freaking kidding me. They have so many opportunities to pit her during the slow cruise around the canyon. Then the opportunity to beanbag her when she jumped out of the pickup, but all the cops were afraid of her, so nobody approached her at all. 5 hours later, they send in 3 SWAT armored vehicles. This is a complete waste of tax dollars. To be fair, SWAT was outnumbered. It was a woman in a truck, so they had to spend $2 million to extricate her. I guess the 4th Bearcat was in the shop being repaired. They should bill her for wasting all those taxpayer resources. They needed a SWAT team to take out one woman from a car. Ridiculous. Everyone thinks this shit's stupid. Even the even the Democrats are starting to fucking think shit is getting retarded lately. They're like, Dan, did we vote for this? What are we doing? Hold on. Nobody voted for it. This fucking mayor. That's why this happened. Because the mayor told the police chief. The police chief had to okay everything. First off, the police chief was put in office by the mayor. So it's completely the mayor's fault. And she's elected. The people's fault. I didn't fucking elect her. I don't have a choice in the matter. Definitely wouldn't have elected her. Oh, there you go. She fucking fumbled the fires. Now she's fumbling all this little dumb shit. She hired the wrong people.
And now 45, and now $145,000, and now $145,000.
That's a pretty sweet Pantera, dude. I see those very often.
$60,000, and now 70, and now 80, and now $180,000, and now
Italian, right?
All in, all done, and now 90, now 2, and now $200,000, and now 2,
and those are sweet looking. Half the time people don't know what they are when they see them either.
And now get Cal in, and now 90 tail, and now $2, and now $200,000 is spent, and now 210, and now 210, and now $200,000, and now 210, and now 210, and now $200,000, $10 divided it is so $200,000. Emma.
Specialist update to your catalog on lot number 697. Here's an updated description of the 1967 Chevrolet Camaro Custom Coupe. Here's one that has the original VIN number indicated car built in Los Angeles in 1967. It has been upgraded to the GM Performance 6.2-liter LS3 E-Rod V8 with that V3 supercharger making roughly 525 horsepower.
Give 200, and now 200,000.
Damn, these cars are starting off high as shit.
20, and now 20 pound 30, and now $30,000 negative 40 pound $50,000, and now $40,000 negative 50,000 negative 40,000 $50,000 negative 50, and now $50,000 $60,000 $70,000 $80,000.
Oh, I thought it started off at 200,000.
And now $90,000.
Dude, you gotta get your relative to stop smoking in the house. Stop smoking. That's gonna be the key. It's gonna be damn near impossible to quit smoking if that person in your house doesn't quit. Actually. Looks like that. You gotta have extreme willpower to do it without them quitting. And usually that's gonna mean cold turkey, and you can't smoke at all. If you want to quit, you're gonna have to fucking quit, Miss Bongo. Otherwise, I don't know if you're ever gonna be able to quit. Just gotta fucking stop showing them. Take a red or something. Tell them to stop smoking in front of you and around you. Bad influence. They just start bragging to them about all the money you're saving. Cigarettes are stupid expensive nowadays. They were, dude, even when I was smoking, they were expensive. I was getting American Spirits and stuff, but now they're like three times the price that they used to be back in like 2015. At least double the price. Or that's our first meal today. That's not really. Hey, and smoke weed instead of cigarettes. Every time you want a cigarette, just smoke some weed. There are also supplements that you can take that help with cravings, possibly with cigarette cravings. You can even talk to your doctor and they can give you something that really helps with cigarette cravings if you really want to quit. Like I think there are new stuff on the market now that I don't think most people really want to quit until they start having physical issues from it, though. That's what worked for me. I started getting sick to my stomach from smoking. I made it pretty easy. It was just a little bit of queasiness that was there that was like, what the fuck is going on? I don't like that. Thinking it was because of the additives. Get paranoid about the additives that are in tobacco. That'll help too, make you want to quit. Look up all the different additives and all the chemicals that are allowed to be in it that they're not regulated at all. Unless you're growing your own tobacco. I mean, yeah, sure, American Spirit and stuff like that is supposedly additive free. But are their leaves properly flushed afterwards so that there isn't any kind of trace elements or shit inside? Do they test for any of that? I don't know. It's not as regulated as that food is. You've been over what? Smoking? I just didn't just stop then. Why don't you just stop altogether? That's the best way to do it. Get it over with. Because right now it's like you just got cruise control on. Any moment you can hit the gas pedal. It's like once you go a while without, like for me now that I haven't drank since January 3rd, like it makes it harder for me to like. At first it was hard. Like it had only been like a week or two or a month. I'm like, hey, I could celebrate a month. I went a month. Hey, I have a drink now. But like now it's been over 3 months. It's like, man, I don't know if I want to. Need a drink. I even looked at it yesterday, like see what they had to offer and shit. No, if I drink every now and then, it'd be much easier for me to pick one up. I would have definitely got one last night after getting into it with the Costco dude. Here's something, not really sure. There are apps too, you know, that help with smoking cessation. Have you tried some of those? There's probably one that's really highly rated. It'd be pretty rough to do it on your own, though. Like I said, especially when there's somebody in the house still smoking. I don't even know how you can do it. Oh, they're going ham again. Sort of competition. It's supposed to be the jingle competition. Where they have the bells on them. Come here. Come here.
Give her a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Destiny, come on up.
Girl.
Destiny, come on up.
Girl.
Come on up.
Oh, you.
Don't worry about that. Nobody was watching. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, we're going to bring in our headband dancer this afternoon, called upon one more time. He represents the tribes of Sac and Fox, Creek, Pawnee, and Otoe. And this is a champion fancy dancer for many years, lead singer of Blackbird. And I've known Courtney for many years down in Oklahoma, his dad, and now he's got a son that looks like him, taller than him, dances just a little bit less than him. Hey. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Courtney Yaholer, and I'm going to call upon leading arrow for one start. Fire me up. Here we go. Courtney Yaholer.
That was it?
This afternoon. All right.
This is weird.
Real quickly, before we turn it on over to
I don't know why I was expecting him to do something fancy. He's the fancy dancer.
With a lot of medication inside, it's been taken to the
somersault.
Security, state police over there.
Uh-oh.
I have no business with them. Anyway, Cassie, turn it to you.
What you got to hide, native boy?
Good afternoon, all my relatives, and thank you so much for coming out here to the Gatherings of Nations powwow. It has been an honor to be your outgoing 2024-2025 Miss Indian World. I want to recognize
What does that mean, though? What does that do for it?
23 beautiful contestants. They finished their competitions
A
yesterday.
magazine or something?
And I want to congratulate them because they represent the beauty of Indian country. Our indigenous women are strong. They are powerful.
Do they know? Do the natives know who she is? All natives know who she is. The hottest Native American. Yo, look at that dude's sick ass face thing.
And we bring this good
You
feeling
threw that?
to all our relations, especially the ones back home who couldn't make it here this weekend. So I want to say thank you to all our dancers. Keep dancing for the people. To all
wild.
our singers, keep singing hard. Keep
Sunglasses.
singing well. Bring that good feeling back home. Thank you.
Old school sunglasses.
All right, all right. 1, 2.
Dude, they really went out this year with the makeup and everything. Oh, it is.
All right, with that being said, we're going to clear the arena floor. But first, before we do that, hold on, dancers, shake hands with 4 people around you. 4 people. Shake hands. Give them an aho. Give them a yate. Give them a manahu. And give them a shake Mike ski.
The following have made significant financial contributions.
Dude, these tribes used to kill each other. It's interesting, isn't it? How now they're all friendly because they have this common bond of white men taking their land.
The powerful spirit of our Thunderbirds, Thunder Spirit. Come on in and dance, ladies.
There's so many fatties, though. What the hell happened to you people? You're not Samoans, bro. Like, there's another fat one. He needs to dance more.
Chunk Station, sing it, boys! Sing it!
That's what got her into dancing. She was like, I need to lose some weight. Literally every song sounds the same. Was there smoke on the floor or am I tripping? Dude, these fucking weed edible got me thinking there was smoke on the floor for a second. I'm like, man, they're going all out this year. Look at that shit. Foggy. This is a free-for-all, yeah. This is where, after this, they're gonna fight each other. Wait. Yeah, but this is like all of the different, because these are different, like this is like a fancy dancer here, because he's all dressed up in his fancy attire. Then there's like the war dancers, and there's the bell dancers, the ladies that have all the jingly shit hanging off of them. They're all in different categories that they compete against each other, but right now, all of them are out there. Everybody that wants to be out there. There's some pretty hot ones out there though too. There's the fat ones. Pocahontas is out there. It must have been so interesting though, coming across these people
for honoring that whistle and that whistle carrier, Mr. Nathan
traditions
Largo.
compared to the European traditions. It was like,
At this time, dancers on the dance floor, I'm going to ask you to hold your spot. Give us a couple minutes.
It would seem like they're extremely uncivilized.
To share a little bit on behalf of that whistle and the purpose for it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ask you for your kind attention because we're going to call upon all your energy and your good thoughts and your good prayers. And Brother Vince is going to share a little bit about why that whistle was utilized.
A lot of hookups. Inter-tribal hookups.
Thank you, Ruben, and thank you, Ho Chunk Station, for acknowledging that whistle on behalf of our brother Nathan Largo, who was asked to bring this
What if they're
staff
like,
in
they probably
this
do too.
afternoon.
They're like, we're not supposed to do
Come up to us
this.
and they're done. And last night, if you
Navajo hooking up with a creek or whatever.
bit about our brother
Our ancestors would like this.
who's not present this year due to a stroke that took place. He's from
Getting
the
all
Seneca
kinky up in there, probably, dude.
of the Seneca tribe out of
It
Salamanca,
wasn't even that
New York.
long ago
He
that
has been with this
their
powwow
tribes would probably
from
have
the
killed
start.
each other
And many
on
prayers
site.
and blessings has been sent to him and to his family for a fast recovery in his health. And when I talked
Couple hundred
last
years
night,
ago?
I said about the spirit of the powwow and what it means, and that was going to reach him in his home, in the hospital he's at, and it did. I talked with him this morning. But Nathan come up and said, I'd like to share my whistle.
What's with all
with
the
that
plastic
drum
beads though?
to send that
They didn't
good
have plastic.
prayer, that healing to
Why do
him
they use
and
it?
to his family. As far as the origin and traditions of that sacred eagle whistle,
Those
it is
plastic beads?
recognized
Oh, those
by
are glass
all of our
beads though.
tribes. It is the right femur
Little
bone
ones.
off of an eagle, who is the protector of the people. He's the highest. He ascends with our pipes, those prayers. He can go directly to the communicator and create to the creator. Individuals that have the rights with those whistles, we use them in ceremonies and celebrations such as this. And what a way to acknowledge it. And I want to thank Nathan for calling to that drum, and for that drum, and to all you dancers that were able to come out and respond to that whistle. This is how we send things in a very sacred, spiritual way to an individual or to family members to let them know they're not forgotten.
Fulton County teacher
I know
has
Dennis
been
will
murdered,
be returning
leaving
one
her.
time to us here, maybe not in a capacity as an announcer, but he will be back here with us to the gathering.
Dude.
So remember what took place.
Start dancing again. Look at this. Gays killing each other.
Fulton County teacher has been murdered, leaving her students and family heartbroken. 25-year-old Kaylin Jackson was shot in DeKalb County over
Gays
the weekend.
Tonight we're
and
learning
blacks are killing each other in this story.
more about the suspect police have arrested. The victim's family is speaking only with News Edge reporter Rob DiRienzo.
25-year-old Kaylin Jackson was a teacher at Hamilton Holmes Elementary School in East Point. Her murder has left her mother in shock right now.
I can't go to sleep. I can't go to sleep because if I go to sleep, it's going to
Her
be
wife
too
killed her.
real.
Or girlfriend.
It's going to be too real.
Police in DeKalb County have arrested 24-year-old
There
Janae
she is.
Colbert. They say she shot and killed Jackson in their home on Derwin Brown
She looks like a
Drive
winner.
Saturday night.
Why the hell would a teacher have that for a girlfriend? The fuck? I see the problem.
Their home on Derwin Brown Drive Saturday night.
You took something that held us together.
Jackson's family says she and Colbert were in a relationship. Colbert's been charged with malice murder.
We took her in our home. We made her family. They were fine.
You DEI'd, see? Dude, even black people can be the target of a DEI. She DEI'd her. She was like, oh, I see, you know, I have a college education. You're kind of rough around the edges, but, you know, I'll look past that. Well, maybe you shouldn't have. Now this happened.
Before it happened.
Michelle Jackson, Kaylin's mom, says right before she was killed on Saturday, she just planned a big celebration of life for her grandmother.
I really appreciate everybody coming out, man. In my phone, I was typing a message to her. The first part of it to tell her words cannot express how proud I was of what you did. I didn't get a chance to fix it before I got that phone call from my son.
That call was when she learned about what happened to Kaylin. Jackson says her daughter's profession, working in special education and as a cheerleading coach. Jackson.
Oh, I thought it was Memphis. Memphis is the Tigers. Savannah? Oh, Savannah State.
Jackson says her daughter's profession, working in special education and as a cheerleading coach, was her life's passion.
My baby wanted to help kids, especially kids that needed extra guidance. Her smile was just, it was infectious.
As Jackson's mother prepares to lay her daughter to rest, she's still trying to process.
Yeah, DEI your relationships. Dude, look, they're showing this commercial again.
It brings me home.
Oh no, it's a New Mexico commercial that time.
Victors, Lambert Yazzie.
I thought they were American Airlines again. We accept anybody. Come work for us. Oh, you. Oh, where you go? He's pawing at my shirt right here.
This is the Department of Education. Recently, under Linda McMahon, the Secretary of Education, the DOE announced that it will resume collections of its defaulted federal student loan portfolio. In other words, it's going after people who have stopped making student loan payments. The DOE points out that it has not collected on defaulted loans since March 2020. Resuming collections protects taxpayers from shouldering the cost of federal student loans that borrowers willingly undertook to finance their post-secondary education. And the reaction to the Trump administration trying to get people to pay back their student loans was predictable.
Well, they just dropped the student loan bomb. The federal government just announced that it's coming for your loans, and collections begin May 5th for student loan debt. If you're in default, they can garnish your wages, they can take your tax return, and they can even take like your benefits like Social Security. And if you still can't pay it and you default, they're gonna send you to collections.
Oh no!
Yeah, you heard that correctly. Student loan borrowers will see Social Security checks, tax refund disappear over defaulted debt. The Trump administration don't give a damn about the millions of Americans who are currently behind on their student loan following the end of the pandemic and all the changes to the loan system.
Are we forgetting that we're in a recession? Are we forgetting that the pandemic is still happening? Like, we're still in a pandemic. COVID didn't just like poof disappear.
Yeah,
and
forever.
That the 5 years that has happened where there was like forgiveness and pause, whatever, that it just was a fun time.
But for the past 5 years, the majority of borrowers have been in an interest-free forbearance and haven't been required to pay anything. What, are we supposed to extend it to 10 years? 15 years? According to the DOE, more than 5 million borrowers have not made a monthly payment in over 360 days
More than
and sit
7?
in default. Many
I
for
told
more
you,
than 7
dude,
years,
I know my
and
ex
4
is one of
million
these
borrowers.
people. She has to be one of these people because when we were together, I remember she did a year deferment. And then as I've talked about before, then she had like a bunch of fucking issues go on and wasn't making much money and her car got wrecked and totaled and like, yo, because that was 7 years ago. Yeah, that would have been, yeah. I bet she's one of these people. Interesting. I really want to know. I want to be, hey, are you one of the people?
Borrowers are in late-stage delinquency. As a result, there could be almost 10 million borrowers in default in a few months.
You know, maybe she's willing to give a little sloppy toppy or some gas money.
Happens, almost 25% of the federal student loan portfolio will be in default. And all of that is completely unacceptable, right? Right?
The part that behooves me, right? Donald Trump and his administration approved a lot of people getting PPP loans with millions of dollars that forgave them. Not chastising them, saying to repay their loans back.
Oh, but they are going after those people, aren't they? I thought they were going after those people. PPP loan fraudsters.
Who owed millions
they
of
got
dollars
away with
to
it.
the government.
They did get away with it initially, but they're trying to find those people.
In the form of PPP loans. But yet, he's shaking you down instead.
PPP loans. Great example. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Paycheck Protection Program loans are not remotely comparable to student loans. PPP loans were essentially compensation from the federal government to businesses for shutting down most of the country due to COVID. These loans kept the United States from going into a massive depression, along with avoiding a 40 to 50% unemployment rate. PPP loans were designed to be fully forgiven as long as businesses met certain requirements, like keeping employee counts and employee wages stable. And if they didn't, then they would be obligated to pay it back. On the other hand, there is nothing in a loan agreement that says that if you meet certain requirements, that you don't have to pay it back. So comparing PPP loans with student loans is idiotic.
What about the bankruptcy too? Like, I wonder, the president, I wonder where that money went.
Does anyone else find it odd that people complain about average Americans wanting student loan forgiveness, but then support a billionaire who has had hundreds of millions of loans forgiven and filed 6 bankruptcies?
So Donald Trump has taken out hundreds of millions of loans and has had them all forgiven. Makes sense to me. What's your problem? But you have to love that argument. I shouldn't have to pay my loans back because Orange Man bad. But the reality is, Trump himself has never personally filed for bankruptcy. As PolitiFact pointed out in 2016, Trump has actually filed Chapter 11 6 times. 4 times within 2 years in the 1990s, once more in 2004, and once more in 2009. But experts told us Trump shouldn't bear all the responsibility, as the majority of bankruptcies happened as the overall casino industry struggled. And while 6 bankruptcies might seem like a lot, consider that the Trump Organization owns approximately 500 companies. So in context, it's not really a bad track record.
Breaking news, anyone who has student loans or has applied for federal financial aid is at risk. Look, this isn't alarmist, this is personal to me. I took out over $100,000 of loans to finish law school.
Says the congressman who is worth tens of millions of dollars and has been accused of trying to obfuscate his financials. But you know, it's personal.
For 5 years, there's been a forbearance on student loans. No one has had to pay these loans back to the government if they can't afford it. Donald Trump is changing that.
And that's the point. Millions of borrowers have not had to make a single payment for over 5 years. Also, who's to say that these people can't afford it?
I've been playing a Catch Me If You Can game with them student loans for a very long time. So I'm still gonna continue to play that same game after May 5th. I don't know who these people think they are trying to take money back for a degree. Like, I'd understand if I owed something for something serious. A degree? You want me to pay you for me being an educated, upstanding individual in the society? I need to now pay you because I'm intelligent and a great civilian?
Has to be a
please
fake, right?
Girl, don't do it. It's not worth it. I'm not gonna do it, girl. I was just thinking about it. I'm not gonna do it.
What?
I did it.
If you're ordering luxury...
What? Why is it so expensive, dude? Pudding and cookies for $138. Wait, it's even more than that with taxes and shit. Magnolia Bakery. Dude, I gotta look this place up right now. Bakery. Banana pudding. Party. Oh. Here they are right here. What the dude? Alright. Classic banana pudding party bowl. And here they have it for $57. Local pickup. Can you have it? Oh no, the large one. No, she got the large one. So that's $94 now. The large one is for 20 to 30 people. It doesn't say how much it actually is, though. What? Hold up. It doesn't say the size of it. It just says the party size tub serves up to 8 people and filled with layers of vanilla wafers, fresh bananas, and creamy vanilla pudding. And then the large is 20 to 30, small is 8. That's all it says. Does it? How do they not tell you how much you're getting? Fuck. What crazy person would order from a place that's not telling you how much food you're getting? It even has artificial flavors in it, dude. It even has artificial flavors in it and it's that expensive. cellulose gum. It's got carrageenan. It got, you know what I mean? It's got a bunch of shit in there. It's like wouldn't be in a home pudding. Tetrasodium pyrophosphate, tricalcium phosphate, natural and artificial flavor, xanthan gum, yellow number 5, yellow number 6. Interesterified soybean oil. Yeah. Wow. What about the cookies? Banana pudding cookies. I mean, of course, we're gonna say at least how many you get for that price. So for the $55 one, oh, there's only a 6 count on here for it, and it's $28. You must have gotten like 12 of them for that price. Crazy. People are a little crazy. You could make all that probably for $20.
I did it.
If you're ordering luxury desserts from Magnolia Bakery instead of making loan payments, it means that you can make loan payments. You're just choosing not to.
Our taste is coming tomorrow. Our taste is coming tomorrow. Baby, we rich.
2 months later.
I owe about $150,000 in student loans. I got 2 degrees. I got a bachelor's in biology and I got a master's in secondary education with an endorsement in clinical mental health counseling, right? After being out of school for 4 years, you mean to tell me y'all finna garnish my check? Them loans been in deferment for 4 years, and I plan on keeping them in deferment. I ain't got it. Baby, we rich.
I'm not paying back my student loans. I do not care. Oh, but what about your credit score? What am I gonna do with a good credit score? Buy a house on starvation wages? Buy a car I can't afford to insure? I'm not paying him back. I don't give a about my credit score.
What is he gonna do when I file for forbearance? If I file for bankruptcy?
A forbearance just means that you don't have to make payments for a certain amount of time, but your interest is still going to accrue. And yes, you can declare bankruptcy, but the chances of it eliminating your student debt is slim to none.
You gotta be a special kind of dumb and a special kind of bootlicker to want repayment of these student loans to take into effect. Y'all are pieces of shit. There's no redeeming qualities in you at all. All it sounds like to me is that you were too dumb to go to college, and you think that because someone did go to college, they think they're better than you, and now you want them to suffer. What? You guys are losers.
You f***ers that keep saying, why should my tax dollars pay for other people's student loans? One, go yourself. If your tax dollars did pay for student loans, it's because you're investing in society as a whole. A rising tide lifts all boats. The smarter that people are, the better off all of us are.
Except the smarter people can't seem to figure out how to pay back a loan, so there's that.
All right, if you want to get your student loans forgiven, listen up, because this is exactly what you're going to do. So while you were asleep, Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency accessed your student loans without your permission. And in a court of law, that is a breach of privacy. So we're going to get these student loans wiped out because I don't trust what that person who has no authorization to view my stuff is doing.
Now let's watch one of the smarter people how you can get your student loan forgiven by using this one simple trick.
All right, so here's exactly what you're going to say. All right. My personal and financial information was compromised without my authorization. The Family Education Rights and Privacy Act, FERPA, protects the confidentiality of student records. This breach is a clear violation of FERPA and your responsibility to safeguard my information. Given the severity of this breach and resulting compromise to my personal and financial information, I request that you immediately cancel and discharge my student loan debt. You have 5 business days.
Wow, all I have to do is write a strongly worded letter? Can't believe how easy it is to get your student loans forgiven. Thanks, Elon Musk.
President Trump has abolished the Department of Education, and the promissory notes are nowhere to be found.
What?
I made this very simple for everyone. If you go to the link in my profile, you're gonna see where it says, buy me a coffee. The letters are gonna be right there for you to use.
Just remember, folks, if something seems too good to be true, it probably is. According to PolitiFact, they labeled the claims in these videos as false, saying, don't trust videos saying you can erase your student loans by filing a student privacy law complaint. And yet, it seems that over 10,000 of the smarter people among us fell for this con artist scam and paid him $5 to get access to useless complaint letter templates that will have absolutely no bearing whatsoever on their federal student loan
What a
status.
genius.
Elon Musk just made a massive mistake, and as a result of this mistake, people are getting their student loans forgiven and removed off of their credit report. I'm gonna show you how.
Buy me a coffee.
Anyway, I'm gonna end this video with a voice of reason.
If people are taking large amounts of money for student loans without having any way to pay them back, that is a problem. I don't think taxpayers should have to eat the cost for student loan debt. I don't. I went to college. I have a bachelor's degree. I have a master's degree. I took out loans. I paid my loans back. That is what one does when they are fiscally responsible.
Anyway, that's it for now. As always, thank you so much for tuning in, and I hope to see you next time.
Oh, ow.
A massive explosion has shaken a port in southern Iran. The Shahid Raja'i port near Bandar Abbas was the site of this massive blast, and videos from the site show what appears to be this chemical fog rising in the air in the seconds before the explosion. Now, Iranian officials, as of Saturday night, are saying at least 5 people have been killed and over 700 others have been injured in this blast. Videos show car windows and windows in buildings blown out kilometers away and injured, flooding hospitals in the area. Now, Iran has said maybe caustic chemicals of some kind were involved in this. But what's interesting is a private security firm known as Ambry has linked this blast to Iran allegedly receiving ballistic missile fuel, chemicals to make that fuel from China. This was transferred to Iran a few weeks ago, and the firm says that this fuel was at the site of the port. Now, Iranian officials have not responded to that, but it does come as Iran has used a lot of its ballistic missile arsenal in attacks against Israel during the ongoing Israel-Hamas war in the Gaza Strip. So, as rescuers are still trying to reach the site and comb through the rubble, it remains unclear just the extent of the damage, but what is known is this was just a massive explosion that has shaken Iran.
Raining?
What are we even doing here? Jose Gourmet mackerel fillets in curry sauce. Jose Gourmet always has cool art on the front of the box, right? Like, here's mackerel, or is this mackerel wearing like an outfit? Anyway, it doesn't matter because this mackerel has the head of a man that kind of looks like me, I think, sort of. You know, this guy hasn't accidentally shaved his mustache recently. He's also wearing a turban. So he looks like he's from like back east, you know, where the curry spice comes from, right? Yeah, okay. He's got kind of a long nose. Is that cool? You know, Canfish Files, we're a really irreverent, politically incorrect kind of show, so, you know, we're not gonna sweat any, like, awkward depictions. Moving on. Yeah. Interesting. Pretty sure this is a product of Portugal, right? And this is a Scomber japonicus, which is a species of mackerel that I think is kind of like a little bit more southerly in the Atlantic Ocean versus the Scomber scombris that is a little bit more northerly. You know, that's my basic understanding. Yeah, let's get inside. Boom. Boom. So hungry. So hungry. Okay. Okay. Some minor denting. Yeah. No problem. I don't know why I'm hesitating. Okay. Oh my God, how lovely. Man. This reminds me of the curry that was within the ABC Plus tin of trout with curry sauce. You know, like a lovely, thick mustard consistency, sort of. Yeah. ABC Plus being sort of another brand under the Jose Gourmet umbrella, but look at this stuff. Yeah. Very mild, you know, And these are kind of long fillets. Look at these things, hey. Yeah. Kind of sweet and salty meat inside to me, yeah. Just fantastic. This is great by itself. Yeah. I'm struggling to see where you bring this into something else and the sauce doesn't get in its way, right? Yeah. Son of a gun.
Wrong?
The curry flavoring just sort of lives on my tongue. I'm not getting anything into my nose, really. There's nothing like too spicy. It's kind of all over. It's very well balanced. Yeah. The lingering sensation kind of lays over the tongue, you know? Yeah. Look at this guy, huh? Can we, like, clear a little bit of the sauce off to have a look at the fish? No, we're not going to really be able to see the fish, huh? The mackerel is not super tender. No fatty bits. These fillets are all very uniform, typically, in their consistency, you know? Like I always say, mackerel, you know, the real chicken of the sea. Like they don't really flake in your mouth. You chew through them. There's a little flake action there. You know, that's not a negative thing. It's just the way it is.
You know, I couldn't do this without my cats, and I especially couldn't do it without my Patreon supporters. Yes, Patreon is the place to go to get all my unfiltered hot takes. And William Hayden. Thanks, everybody. Back to the show.
Oh my God, we're almost through it. We're almost through it. We've just got a couple of little pieces left. Yeah. Oh man. Wait a minute. That's it? Guys, I don't know. That went too quick. I think I had too much fun, too fast.
And little by little we went insane.
It's just one of those cans, yeah. If you're ready for more mackerel, I got this can. I'm gonna open it up on the Patreon. It's available now. You can look at that. Spiced small mackerel. I think these are gonna be the whole fish, right? I think they're gonna be like little baby ones, but I can't be sure, right? I have to open up this can to find out. But yeah, we'll find out together, right? Yeah, I'll see you later. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
That almost sounds like a ripoff.
It's been 16 days since the Supreme Court ordered the White House to facilitate the return of Kemal Alberto Garcia, the man the government mistakenly deported to El Salvador. But in a new interview published yesterday by Time magazine, President Trump was asked if he's going to do anything to bring Alberto Garcia back like the Supreme Court ordered him to do. He replied, quote, "I leave that to my lawyers. I give them no instructions. They feel that the order said something very much different from what you're saying." Sounds like a no. Since sending more than 200 migrants to the notorious Sikot prison in El Salvador, Trump has said that, quote, homegrowns are next. By that, he means American citizens. And it appears he's continuing to push this issue
American
to see how
citizens.
far
Dude,
he can go.
Why do these people get away with this type of bullshit? This is what Trump's talking about when he says CNN should be illegal. This isn't CNN, but this is what the type of shit he's talking about. He's not talking about deporting citizens. Maybe people that are trying to be citizens. There's no way he's ever talking about deported citizens, dude. That's just insanity. But people will believe it. Because they want to.
We also have homegrown criminals.
Like,
that
people are looking for something. Oh, wait, let me see what he says right here.
push people into subways, that hit elderly ladies on the back of the head with a baseball bat when they're not looking, that are absolute monsters. I'd like to include them in the group of people to get them out of the country, but you'll have to be looking at the laws on that.
He would like to. Of course, we would all like to, dude. We'd all like to deport those fucking assholes out of our country, but we all know we can't. And the laws say that we can't. So, like, them thinking that he's going to somehow get that to happen is ridiculous, dude. He's already explained why he's able to do this with the others and why the birthright citizenship should be ended. Like, that makes sense, man. Anyway, yeah, you could want all kinds of shit. Doesn't mean you're going to try to get it. Like, I wouldn't mind having a Lamborghini, but I'm not going to bust my ass and try to get it. I like it. Pretty sweet. I'll probably just sell it, though, and get a house.
Now, during his Time magazine interview, the president was asked again if he really intends to send American citizens to foreign prisons. To that, he replied, quote, "I would love to do that if it were permissible by law.
Yeah.
We're looking into
We're
that."
looking into it. See, we all know that's not going to happen. We all know that's not going to happen. But let's just be real. How many would actually be mad at it if he's trying to deport people that are despicable human beings, people that there's no saving? You know what I mean? Like we could have given, we could give them people, instead of going on death row, you go to fucking El Salvador now. Now you get to go to El Salvador prison. You don't get to live the cushy life of a death row inmate in America, where you're getting love letters from women that still want to marry you for some weird reason, like Ted Bundy was getting. Like good 3 meals a day, maybe have money on your books where you're getting commissary, you're getting like little electronic devices, watching cable TV and shit all day long. Like all that, whatever they're able to get in there, they can't get that in El Salvador. And maybe less people would be willing to do crime if that was the option. Maybe we should look into shit like that, man. It's kind of cool idea. I mean, it's something to look into at least. Yeah. A lot of people that voted for Trump are with that.
Foreign and naturalized citizens, as well as lawfully permitted immigrants, have already been ensnared in Trump's immigration crackdown. That includes children and toddlers as young as 2 years old. Yesterday, a federal judge in Louisiana.
And why does that matter? That means they don't even know what the hell's going on. It's probably easier on a 2-year-old than it is on a 15-year-old. It's got to leave all his friends. The younger, the better. Where they get used to it.
Said that a 2-year-old child, an American citizen, appears to have been deported with her mother and sister to Honduras with no.
Because her mother and sister probably weren't American citizens. And what should we have done? Put her in foster care? What's better for her? Being with her mom? Come on, man. No. The mom gets to stay now. Anchor baby. She gets to stay forever because she had the kid here. That's what he wants.
Due process. The judge scheduled a hearing for next month, quote, "in the interest of dispelling our strong..."
They want us to have to waste more time and more money on the court system, knowing that there's not nearly enough immigration judges to see all these cases, dude. They know that these people are included in the census data, and they want them to stay here as long as possible for next election, for midterms.
That the government just deported a U.S. citizen with no meaningful process. This is a very serious
about ASAP, before the fucking
Lawyers
midterms.
For the government say the child's mother wished to take her with her to Honduras, but
even
the
though
judge
they've
says
probably already
the
been
court does
counted.
not
When's the
know
next
that,
census?
and it appears
they might have already been
deportation of a 2-year-old American citizen is not an isolated incident. The ACLU of Louisiana is also calling attention to at least 2 other American citizens who are children that were deported this week. A 4-year-old and a 7-year-old, one of whom has a rare form of metastatic cancer. Joining me now is Alana Odoms, Executive Director of the ACLU of it.
Okay, so her fucking forehead, first off, let's get that out of the way. So if someone has a disease, we're supposed to hold on to them and treat their disease now? Now, if you have a disease and you're American, or you're in America, we're no longer able to deport you because you're sick. Imagine how the fuck that works out. Like if all these countries have, like, are they going to send us their sick people?
Of Louisiana, and Ray Suarez, host of the podcast Going for Broke and author of several books, including How We Are Home, Becoming American in the 21st Century and Oral History. Alana, thank you for being with us. Tell us about the detainment of these children and these families. One child, as I just mentioned, is a cancer patient. One of the women is currently pregnant. They've been deported and cut off from their doctors, their medication, their health care.
She's currently pregnant.
What kind of due process?
Get all the pregnant ones out ASAP before they have their kid. For sure, I appreciate the Trump administration for doing that. Thank you. But the Dems are like, oh, she was pregnant. Oh, you're going to have a miscarriage.
If any, did they receive before they were deported?
Thank you for having me. So deportation, Donald, is not allowing any due process for families in
it takes
the state
too
of
long.
Louisiana or anywhere else.
Trying to have their baby before it happens.
So I just want to share that families in Louisiana are being disappeared. Family A consisted of a pregnant mother with her 2 children, the youngest, who was 2 years old, who was an American citizen. They went into wellness checks, their regular check-ins with ICE. They were told that they would have access to counsel, that they would be able to make provisions for their minor children. And in fact, that was a ruse. They were not permitted to have access to their counsel. They were not permitted to make any kind of provisions for their children. And in a separate instance, another family experienced the same situation, went in, a mother with 2 young children, the youngest of whom you mentioned has metastatic kidney cancer, was told that they would be able to have their attorney. In fact, their attorney, Aaron Hebert, was with them. They were sequestered from their attorneys, were not permitted to have the opportunity to be advised by their attorneys. And in fact, those families were taken in at those regular wellness checks. And importantly, they were disappeared. Louisiana is one of the only states in the country that has an airport attached to the staging facility in Alexandria. So we believe, although we do not have direct knowledge because the government would not provide that to the attorneys, that these families were sequestered, were abducted, and were driven to Alexandria in the dead of night and put on planes at 6 a.m. in the morning, completely stripped of their due process, completely stripped of their rights, and frankly, were not able to make provisions for their children, which is directly against the regulations of ICE itself. They had guardians who were able to take custody of those children, and in fact, if those mothers had been given the opportunity to speak with their counsel, there could have been many other arrangements that were made, including there was a habeas application pending for Family A, which was not, of course, addressed because of the deportations and disappearances that took place.
Ray, Alana has just talked about the legal violations here that may have occurred. And the administration is not necessarily clear to what degree this is overtly purposeful or administrative in terms of mistakes. But one thing that does seem to be very, very apparent is a lack of remorse or even humanity that exists around how these things are being handled.
I knew you were going to do that.
Is that just in our imagination, or is that a real thing in terms of the administration essentially throwing its hands up and saying, yes, we did it. It may or may not have been a mistake. What are you going to do about it?
Yes, we did it, and we owe you no explanation. We owe you no revelation of the logic that we used or the points in the law that we used to effectuate this deportation. They are testing us. They are testing what the public will tolerate. They are testing the waters, not only in day-to-day enforcement questions, but in long-standing legal principles, challenging, for instance, birthright citizenship and the rights that come along with it. When you send a 2-year-old out of the country who is an American citizen, and in connection with that deportation, feel that you don't have to answer any questions from the public about how and why you did it, this is a test, and it remains to be seen whether we're going to pass or fail.
Alana, we've been talking a lot today, and you mentioned it already, this notion of due process and the courts being somewhat unclear about the degree of due process that is afforded to people who are here on visas, people who are undocumented immigrants. How soon do you think that the Supreme Court may settle this question? And do you have any thoughts about where they may fall ultimately?
So We can see that the Trump administration has taken aim at legal permanent residents, has taken aim at those with whom it disagrees with their First Amendment, their viewpoint. Those cases look like Rameza Ozturk and Mahmoud Khalil, who the congressional delegation visited with here in Louisiana earlier this month. We see that the Trump administration has even taken aim at federal judges who seek to provide due process to those who the Trump administration seeks to remove. And so we are hopeful that the Supreme Court will
No, that judge, one of them had Trinidad Aragua living in his house, and he was giving guns to go to a gun range with suppressors on them and shit, assault rifles. The guy had tattoos all over him, wearing like chains and shit that were like looking like he was a killer. That dude. And then there was another one where a female judge saw that ICE was outside of her courtroom, and with the victims in the courtroom, they were willing to testify against the plaintiff, which is rarely happens in a domestic violence case. The judge took the defendant into the chambers with the defense lawyer and told them to go out the back door, and they had a running pursuit to fucking capture them. Well, he got captured anyway. She was trying to make it so that he didn't get captured by the feds, man. Like, what, these people are spewing lies, dude, and people don't do their research and they believe them. What did she just say?
With their First Amendment, their viewpoint. Those cases look like Rameza Ozturk and Mahmoud Khalil, who the congressional delegation visited with here in Louisiana earlier this month. We see that the Trump administration has even taken aim at federal judges who seek to provide due process to those who the Trump administration seeks to remove. And so we are hopeful that the Supreme Court will weigh in.
That's all she says about it, in hopes that people don't do their research and they think, yeah, I did see something about federal judges getting arrested. Damn, man, Trump's going after the judges, and the judges are just trying to protect the immigrants. You know what I mean? Because they're not going to watch the right-wing media stories. They're only going to watch MSNBC and CNN. They think that the other shit is propaganda. Fake, disgusting. Bro, dude. These fuckers are trying to start war, man, but thankfully, I don't know. I think Americans hopefully are wisening up this shit.
Very soon, to suggest that due process is and should be available to all those under the Fifth Amendment and through the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution, regardless of citizenship. It applies to those persons.
Not if they're part of a terrorist organization. That's why he first classified them as terrorist organizations, because once you're MS-13 or Trinidad Aragua, you're a terrorist organization, and therefore you don't have any of those rights. You're a terrorist. You're like a Bin Laden in our country, dude. They're playing on the ignorance of their followers, of their viewers, dude. They know better. I think they actually know better. They know that they're skewing the truth, dude. They have to.
In the United States and under its jurisdiction. And so we're confident about that. And we believe that this is something, again, completely agree with your guess that we are being tested. And in fact, the United States Supreme Court has issued rulings suggesting that Mr. Abrego Garcia please be returned. And we are hopeful that federal judges in the matter of Family A will also seek to hold the government accountable for disappearing this family and to answer for the fact that they're
not disappeared. We know exactly where they are. When you disappear, you're nowhere. No one knows where you're at, bitch. Stop saying disappearing families, because they're not disappearing. They're moving. They're disappearing from America. Okay, I guess. You know what I mean, dude? Like I said, they don't get the due process. Hold up.
The United States Supreme Court has issued.
And the Supreme Court doesn't have jurisdiction over the border. Do they?
rulings suggesting that Mr. Abrego Garcia please be returned. And we are hopeful that federal judges in the matter of Family A will also seek to hold the government accountable for disappearing this family and to answer for the fact that this 2-year-old child and also 7-year-old and 4-year-old have also been disappeared.
What?
This is incumbent.
Stop saying it disappeared shit. What would they have us do though? Separate them from the family and put them in foster care? That, like, we don't have enough foster kids in America as it is. The Dems want there to be more foster kids. They think that it's better for the kid to be in America, to be an American, more important than it is to be with his family. That's what I see right with that. That's what they think. Because that's a possible future constituent. If they leave, and they lose that number, they lose that vote. Because, like, if they really cared about the kid, they'd want it to be with its parents, and not in a crazy foster care where it's all scary and shit. But they think that no, they don't want that. They want the parents to be able to stay indefinitely because they have a kid here.
Upon us, if we are a constitutional democracy, that our rights are upheld and that we have got to start calling upon, of course, I think members of Congress and of course our courts to push back against this nonsense.
But Alana, if the Supreme Court goes the other way and they say that these are classes of folks who are not necessarily entitled to the due process protections that American citizens get, does that essentially just open the floodgates for this administration to go even more aggressively on their deportation kick?
Well, hopefully.
It could. Let's just hope that this United States Supreme Court still believes in the fundamental principles of the United States Constitution. It has been clear, I think, even the most conservative justice.
The fundamental principles of the Constitution, when it was written, the United States was a different place. You know what I mean? Like, we didn't have the ability to be taken advantage of quite like we do today.
That have served on the court, Justice Scalia and the most liberal progressive Ruth Bader Ginsburg have had conversations, public conversations and clear articulations around the fact that due process is something that is granted to all those persons in the United States regardless of
citizenship. We don't have the judges, lady. What do you want from us? You can't just sprout judges out of the ground, dude. They have to be lawyers first. They have to be vetted, and then they have to be voted on and shit. It's such a timely thing to get judges and to get these people in and out. She just wants them to all be approved. Citizens. Fuck, man.
If we are living in America that no longer honors the Constitution, we have far more of a crisis on our hands than simply deportation. We can all look to potentially face being captured, being kidnapped, being abducted.
No, we can't.
This would be a totally different world. And I think many of us realize that Trump's America is not an America that we want to live in.
Ray, when you see White House
say otherwise, dude,
top administration,
because most of the Democrats don't agree with how Democrats are even running this shit, and most Republicans do agree with how Republicans are running the show. Like, these people are completely ignorant to what's really going on, or they're trying to fool their viewers. It's time and time again. It seems like that.
Officials like Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem use blanket language to describe immigrants, like calling them terrorists and criminals.
Well, no, because the ones that those rules are applying to, the ones that are getting kicked out without due process, are in known terrorist organizations. Those are the people we're talking about, and that's why she calls them that. You fucking moron.
Do in terms of how we process this conversation regarding their rights being stripped or ignored altogether?
They're trying to create an impression in the public mind that they shouldn't believe their eyes, that busboys and hotel room cleaners and landscapers and people picking cabbages in California are somehow terrorists and criminals.
Well, some of them are now coming out to be such. For instance, the judge that was housing that Trinidad, that person was some sort of labor job, and that's how they met him. Like, these people aren't coming here just robbing. They're blending in. They're people, they're in all the neighborhoods in rural America at this point. That's what's so fucking sketch about it. We don't know who is and who isn't. But there are a lot of them here because crime has went down in their country. For some reason. Nothing really changed there except for our open border and a bunch of them leaving. So, man.
If you define them as such, you can do almost anything to them and get away with it. Every prosecutor, every investigator in the world will tell you there's a tension in the law between what we can do and what we should do. And right now, that tension is being tested because you're seeing video of a terrified kid having headphones put on his head so he can hear the interpretation of the magistrate's questions. He's representing himself. He's 4 years old. That's legal. That's always been one of the quiet, unspoken parts of the process. But once you see it on TV, when you see plainclothes police hustling somebody into a van, you start to wonder whether Kristi Noem's description, whether Tom Homan's description of terrorists and criminals, trying to equate everybody with those tatted up MS-13 bruisers in CCOT, it's not going to work. And we're already seeing the president's numbers decline on immigration, one of his strongest issues along with the economy.
Alana Odoms and Ray Suarez, thank you both.
Send them back to their country, to Mexico. They have medical attention. It's the poor people that country. Don't mind. What? Who doesn't mind the poor people coming? I mean, they're all relatively poor compared to Americans, right? God, she's hungry. She gets super, like, any little thing will make her jump out of my lap whenever she's hungry. "30 more minutes, sweet pea." Late this morning. Simon was late this morning. Wait. Hungry too, trust me. Oh. Here. Here. Okay. Hey, I like that. Oh. Man. If I had, like, it was a toy or something. Actually, I used to be using my left hand. Deeply concerning.
After Donald Trump beat Kamala Harris like a drum in November, Democrats needed a reset. They needed to
Reset my butthole. Set my butthole. Butthole. Set my butthole. Baby. For you, baby.
On the afternoon of April 6th.
Come inside, dude. What happened? What happened? He's dying. Mary, what happened?
I saw two dogs. They're just like ripping at that dog.
That's like movie stuff that I've seen. I've never seen a dog going through a dog like that. Attacked by a pit bull for this one? Because the dog tried to attack me first, and then she said.
On the afternoon of April 16, 2024, officers in Spokane, Washington respond to reports of gunfire in a neighborhood after a violent dogfight breaks out in the street. As the details come to light, what emerges is a vicious ambush, a teenage girl caught in the middle, and one dog's heroic action to save her owner from the jaws of a life-threatening attack.
The dogfight turned into needing to save my dog from getting maimed.
The following report is based on official police records, and most of the footage has never been seen before until now.
They just took the dog to pet emergency because I think it might have got shot.
Who's they?
I have no idea.
Who's some neighbors that were right down the street here? They were walking their dog. Somebody had their dog off leash, came up and attacked the girl, and the other dog started going after the dog. There was two dogs, and then they started attacking her dog.
Where'd this happen?
And then this happened right here.
Yeah, they're right there. They told us where
And somebody, the dogs off leash went that way.
So the person who was shooting the gun was the father of the person who was being attacked by the dog.
Okay.
She called her dad.
And he was just shooting the ground.
He was shooting
He
at
was
the
not
ground.
aiming. I saw every shot.
Yeah.
The dog that got cut up was her dog that she was walking on leash.
Okay.
And the
Torn
two
apart.
dogs,
His leg is
the
torn up.
two dogs that were off leash came after them.
Owner of the dogs that were off leash?
That's a good question. They went that way.
The family of the dog that was attacked has already left for the pet emergency clinic, while the owners of the two aggressor dogs are reported to have gone back down the alleyway from which they came. The officer informs dispatch of this and circles the surrounding blocks, attempting to locate them, but returns to the scene shortly after, empty-handed, hoping to piece together a clearer picture of how the encounter unfolded.
I immediately jumped up and looked out the window. I saw two dogs, another dog like laying on his side, and the girl, like, she's holding the leash on the dog that was getting attacked, and she's screaming. They're just like ripping at that dog. There's a guy in all black. He came around the corner, came right here, and he started shooting, but he never, like, if the dog was here, he was shooting here, or
He wasn't aiming for the dogs.
right. He was trying to scare them. I wanted that to be known, but then the other lady was over here. She wasn't trying to get her dogs back. They were not on leashes. I thought he was going to shoot the dog at one point, because at first he was starting, and then I was like, he aimed at it. I was like, I mean, bitch, I would too if it was my kid.
Dog's leg was all chewed.
Yeah, and that's when she came up and started trying to get her dogs, and she pulled them, like grabbed them both this way, and she was screaming at them, and it was like, you shot my dog, and it's like, I didn't see the dog get shot.
They also identify the two dogs as a pit bull and a Rottweiler, both unleashed when they charged the girl's German Shepherd. Officers soon arrive at the pet emergency clinic to make contact with the family of the German Shepherd, where they learn the dog's name is Coco.
This Coco? Hey, are you okay? Are you hurt? Is Coco friendly? Hi, Coco.
The deputy gets his first glimpse of Coco in the back of the SUV. Her leg is visibly injured, wrapped in makeshift bandages and soaked in blood. The conversation with the young girl is censored, but according to the police report, she claims she was walking Coco on their normal route around the neighborhood when the two dogs came out from the alley. She claimed that the pit bull made direct eye contact with her and came at her to try and attack her. She then stated that Coco jumped in and tried to push the attacking dog out of the way, and when she did, the pit bull began attacking Coco and would not let go. Vet staff soon come out to retrieve Coco, and with the young girl's help, they carefully lift her onto a cart.
Was I attacked by a pit bull or something like that?
Oh, because the dog tried to attack me first, and then she said.
I didn't hear what you said.
Got an hair. She said, we're going to go
As Coco is taken in for emergency treatment, the deputy begins speaking with the young girl's mother, Dana, hoping she can help clarify the details still missing from the story.
Dad shot, I think 1, possibly 2 in the air, and then shot the dog.
And did you see him shoot the dog?
I mean, I think, yeah.
We were under the impression that the shot dog was coming here, so that's why we're trying to.
Oh, no, the shot dog, she was taking it
trying
home.
to untangle the.
No, the shot dog she was trying to take it back to her house. I don't know. I imagine they probably
Where did
will.
it get hit at?
The side.
The side?
Yeah.
Like the belly, kind of?
Yeah, it was walking at first, but then I was getting my dog in the car, and the dog stopped walking.
It's kind of a dog fight turned into needing to save my dog from getting maimed.
Earlier at the scene, officers had already searched the area and found evidence of the gunfire.
So bullet casing right there, and there's another casing right there too. You have
Well, there's 2 bullets right here.
there's 2 bullets, and then there's a casing right here. There's a casing right there.
That's another one right here.
Officers recover 3 spent shell casings and 2 unspent rounds scattered across the ground. They also take note of several spots where it appears bullets may have penetrated the dirt, corroborating both Dana's and other witness accounts. Soon after, a woman arrives at the scene claiming she had received a phone call from her daughter stating her dog was dying. Believing the incidents are connected, deputies walk the woman back to her home hoping to find the other dog and their owner.
Police! Hello! Hey, what's going on?
Hi. She's dead. You gotta talk real loud.
What's going on?
Come inside. What happened? What happened? He's dying. Mary, what happened? I do not know. I was asleep. You have to ask Michelle.
This would be the house where the
You need to
2
get
dogs are
inside.
involved are.
He's dying.
Can we come in?
Yeah. After we come in.
Who's we come in?
May we come in?
Yeah.
All right.
The interior of the home is redacted in the body cam footage, but according to police reports, officers observed a Rottweiler that appeared uninjured and a black and white pit bull mix named Graham, who had a visible stomach wound and was bleeding. To move the injured dog, they fashioned a makeshift litter using a jacket hanging on a door, then carefully carried him outside to be transported to the pet emergency clinic.
He's grabbing his bed card.
No, you just go. Come on.
As the family departs for the clinic, one officer remains at the house to speak with Michelle, the woman who tried to stop the fight and was bitten during the attack.
So I was taking the dogs out to the bathroom, and they were right next door by that garbage can.
The Roddy and the pit bull?
Yeah, and the Rottweiler one went running, and I was trying to call him back, and then the pit went, and I'm like chasing him down, and then the pit attacked the shepherd, and I'm like trying to I grabbed the pit's back legs and trying to pull it off as soon as it happens. And I'm sitting there kicking the pit in the head and doing everything I can to try to break it up while trying to keep the other one away.
That's what happened to its head. I bet it's because she was kicking it in the head. Dude, pit bulls are a problem, man, and their owners are just as bad. Why the fuck would you walk a pit bull and a Rottweiler without a leash? Oh, it's bad enough my neighbor walks their pug without a leash, but if it was a pit and a Rottweiler, I'd be calling the cops on them probably.
Put my hands in the mouth of
Animal services or something.
the pit, but the German Shepherd bit out of me. It was not even trying to let go of my hand, and I was the whole time trying to break it up.
Do you mind if I take a look at your hand real fast? We're gonna have a corporal come take photos of it. I want to make sure you're not losing any fingers or anything like that, or you don't have any serious bleeding.
Michelle unwraps her hand, revealing multiple cuts and bite marks across her hand and one deep laceration between her thumb and index finger. American medical response arrived shortly after to assess Michelle's injuries and transport her to the Deaconess Hospital for further treatment. Officers now shift their focus to Shane, one of the owners of Coco and the man who fired the gun during the incident.
What a birthday!
Oh my god, dude.
I just had back surgery.
Yeah.
And my daughter's freaking out, crying. I hear, ah! You guys can come in, or I can open the door either way.
Sure, thank you.
The interior of the house is redacted for
can't believe they
privacy,
wanna come
but the
in.
body cams still capture the audio of Shane's recount.
Where's my daughter attacked too?
Doesn't look like she was injured at all.
Oh, the dog was like on her arm.
Yeah. No, hey.
One dog was on her arm, the other dog was going through the dog. Like I'm sitting here not supposed to be able to move. I just had back surgery, and my daughter is screaming, and all I hear is two dogs just, and I thought they were getting hurt. And she was like, Coco, Coco, me, Coco, me. I was like, where are you? And I walk out and I could hear neighbors yelling. I could hear her screaming. And I just run that way. And the lady's like, her dog's attacking her. And I'm just like, what? And they're just in my daughter's dog. And then the other one looked like it was on my daughter's leg. I was like, what the heck?
I told him, I said they would have done the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, the poor dog's on a leash and their dogs are running loose and they both got her down chewing on her.
That's like movie stuff that I've seen. I've never seen a dog going through a dog like that.
Don't ever shoot the ground because ricochets are a thing, you know? In the heat of the moment, you're probably not thinking that.
Absolutely not.
I would have just went straight for the top.
In the aftermath of the attack, no formal charges were ever filed in connection with the incident. Although Michelle was taken to the hospital, there have been no public updates regarding the full extent of her injuries or recovery. The pit bull Graham had been hit by multiple rounds and had to be euthanized due to the severity of his injuries. As for Coco, she spent weeks undergoing extensive veterinary care. The family launched a GoFundMe that raised over $7,000 to help cover her treatment. Coco has since made a full recovery and is once again enjoying long walks with the family she risked everything to protect.
Weird that the observer said that I just want to know he didn't shoot the dog at all. Like multiple people said he didn't shoot the dog, but he definitely shot the dog more than once. Weird. Sucks he had to do it, man. It's the owner's fault. The owner's fault that the dog had to get. Can't walk a pit. Gotta leave. I don't even think it's safe to have a baby with a pit bull. Take around kids. There's too spontaneous.
I'm Marianne Kushi. So much to get to this midday.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us.
I know. That's why
We begin with this developing situation. It's out of Mira Mesa, where an hours-long SWAT standoff has finally come to an end, with 5 people under arrest now. It all unfolded at a home on Calico Street, as you see there from Sky Ranger 7. After investigators found multiple stolen trailers. NBC 7's Audra Stafford is live at the scene, and Audra, police say they got a tip that one of the trailers was listed for sale on Facebook Marketplace.
That's right, Marianne, and that led them to this home you see here behind me. You see investigators out here right now. And so the trailer that was in question, the one they thought was the one on Facebook Marketplace, is that big white one that you see right there. Now, when they got here, they discovered that actually wasn't the one listed online, but it had also been reported stolen. And I spoke to the owner of that trailer off camera. He said he and his family had only used it once before it was taken from a self-storage place in the UTC area. He said it was loaded with camping gear. They were getting ready to go on a trip for spring break with their kids, but obviously it was stolen, and when officers got here this morning, someone was inside of it. They ordered him to come out. He eventually did and was taken into custody, but they soon realized there were more people hiding out inside the home, and eventually the SWAT team was called in.
We heard bang, 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 5 shots, and everybody here didn't even know what was going on.
So what neighbors heard wasn't shots, it was actually flashbangs. They were set off as a warning to the people inside the home to get out after several hours. They eventually did, and they too were arrested, a woman and 3 other men. So a total of 5 people. And the original stolen trailer that they were looking for was found. It was parked around the corner. The Regional Auto Theft Task Force is now investigating all of this to see if this is part of a larger theft ring.
Obviously, no one wants this in their community,
especially if it's a chop shop or an active, criminal organization that's going on. So yes, it's something we're taking seriously, and we're going to use our search warrants, our SWAT teams to handle these type of issues.
Now, police say they first got the tip around 1 o'clock this morning about that post on Facebook Marketplace. I did talk to another neighbor in the area. He said he was walking through here last night and he noticed what he thought looked like a chop shop going on here at this home. Again, investigators still out here. They also recovered a firearm from that first trailer, and then it appears this smaller trailer over here may have also been stolen. Not sure if that's the one that was found parked around the corner or if this is a third one, but again, they're going to be investigating to see if this is in fact part of a larger theft ring and how long it may have been going on. Reporting live in Mira Mesa, I'm Audra Stafford, NBC7.
She didn't very much to that one.
Hello, Senior Stoner fans. It's the Real Senior Stoner back at you for another in our series of new product unboxings, first impressions, and reviews. This is by BOMBofficial.com. Brand new. It's the SciCloud Carb Cap Kit. That's right. You don't have to spend $70 on an atomizer anymore just to get a new fidget spinner. one of the cool things about this is that they're starting to separate components at lower prices, so you don't have to buy the whole kit. You know, the bomb's a wonderful thing, but it's like everything else. You want to keep it in great shape, looking good and feeling good. So the way we do this is we take the bomb, take our glass off of the bomb first. I'm going to show you a carb cap swap out. Then what you do is you loosen the carb cap. You'll see that the carb cap design is silicone that slides on and over the atomizer. So you loosen and remove the atomizer. The atomizer is now in your hand. Turn the atomizer upside down. And then you're going to be able to peel, right? Just peel that silicone right off with your fingers. Let me get a good grip there. You see what I'm doing? I'm basically turning it inside out. Turning the silicone inside out and pulling down. There's not a lot of pressure. She was right. It made your... It was. It looks exactly like it did. Like I never... Let's reset the bubbler. Then we're going to do 5 clicks. Take me to my previous set temperature of 424. And then I'm going to do a double click on a full battery for session number 1. Here we go on session number 1. And let's see what the carb cap provides us in terms of increased cooling, power, and taste. Cheers. Ooh, boy, I put a little bit in. Did you see that fire? Wow. The movement of
interesting. It is nice that it spins like that.
Free and clear.
Why there's not any for Puffco that do that.
Even after using it.
But that's gonna gunk up probably.
It's not gonna free and clear movement you want on your spinner. Use a little ISO, keep it clean.
Yeah. There's just something else that's gonna gunk up.
Now you have the ability to go out and get an extra carb cap for yourself. Or if you're still on the old atomizer with a joystick, you can replace that. This has been the real
later,
Sister
Steve.
And I've introduced, and I'm happy to introduce the
All right,
brand new
see you later.
fidget spinner carb cap kit by
Throwing it
itself.
down.
$19.99 on bombofficial.com. I'm going to put a link in the description for you so you can save money. There'll be a code also. Thanks for being here. Boy, it is simple to use, easy to put on, and you know what? I think it does improve. You know, it's all about edging better. You're not going to change the course of the mighty river, says Superman, okay? Just like that. You're going to make slight movements in the direction you want to go. And that's what's happening here. We're making the bomb even better than it is today. Cheers. Better, stronger, smoother. Don't forget to go get yours today. This has been the Real Senior Stoner and the brand new carb cap for the bomb. Cheers, everybody, and have a wonderful day. You know what to do. Hit that subscribe button, send a like, and I reply to everybody's comment. Have a wonderful day, and thanks for joining me with the bomb.
I have 2 watches on.
Carb cap. Cheers.
With it. Oh, it's like controlling the camera, must be. Back to the Future. You know the song. Dude, I wonder if this will get it. Hold up. Let me try to see if YouTube knows what song I was doing just then. Am I good enough? Do I have what it takes? Da, 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 da. Yeah. Wait. I got coffee. I got cough. Da, 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 da. Okay, wait. Ah! Damn, I'm good at this shit. Wait a minute, I'm pretty good at this shit. I memorize notes pretty well, apparently. I've always thought I could, but this is proof of it. Isn't it? Like, I don't know how to read music, but I memorize notes well for some reason. I always have. How the hell did it just know I was doing back? Y'all didn't know that probably by hearing that, did you? But it knew I was close to the notes. Out of all the songs that exist in the world, it knew that I fucking was doing this one. It's kind of crazy, dude. But it's not just a testament to the quality of the application. I had to get the notes right. First try, it got it. You tried doing the same one. No, pick a different movie. Let me see. Okay, I got one. Anyway, it goes. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What? How did it not get that? That was an easier one. If I whistle it, it'll get it. Oh. Gotta get farther away. Wait. I don't like seeing it. Now I can't do it. I'm fucking flared up too, and I got a fucking weird scab on my lip right here. Yeah, you gotta listen because I can hear that it doesn't sound right. I'm gonna try humming it. Motherfucker! Y'all probably know which movie that is. How is that not coming up? I can't fucking remember because I don't think it's gonna work mid song either. How is that one not working? That's so wild. The other one worked, but that one's not because maybe it just has so many more that are like it. Or does it have to be the very beginning of the song? I'm learning how to it got it that time, actually. Look. It got it that time. It wouldn't get. It got it off the middle of the song though. I didn't use the beginning. I said, I did like, but it was close. Like that's a trip. This is a trip. Like the technology. Out of all the songs in the world, it was able to get it that time. Wow. It's really quite amazing, actually. It does that now. We just learned this morning. You can, the way you do it is you do the YouTube search feature, and there's that little microphone there, and you hit the microphone, and there's a song. Click the song, and then it tells you play, sing, or hum a song. Time for them to eat. Are you hungry? Be right back. Gotta go. Cat now. I'm making her fatter. She's transitioning her over. I need to look into something real fast. Phosphorus levels in young cats. I guess it's less bothersome for a kitten to get phosphorus. They actually need more phosphorus than an adult cat. Adult now, I think. Wow, Fancy Beast has never had a recall. This person says, I've worked in the pet industry for over 15 years, and let me tell you, that is extremely rare. Huh. Yes, in 2007, after many other brands of canned food had recalls due to melamine, I switched my cats to Fancy Feast. They like it better than any other brand I've tried. I've spent a fortune on higher end in prescription foods. Fancy Feast is what my ginger likes. I tried Rachel Ray brand, but he's not a fan of that either, so I'm weary of throwing away money into it. They told me that Hills will refund money on products not used, which I... Hills. Pate, the ingredients and macros are really good. I like to add water to it for more moisture content. Kitties are shiny, happy, and have clean bill of health. They get wet and dry. The grilled ones have more fillers and stuff like that. Fancy Feast canned foods are reported as healthy. If using some healthy dry food, add a little water. Like water causes Beast, while not being a premium food, is nutritionally complete. Cat enjoys it. You can. There must be some magic in Fancy Feast. My stray rescue really comes home more than he used to since I have a stock of Fancy Feast. That having been said, I slip in organic pumpkin applesauce, ionized water, and some ionized water. Ionized, by the way. Nutritionally complete dry. Combination of these things with the Fancy Feast, I am happy to see him eat and enjoy his meals. I concede to Fancy Feast as a staple. Salmon kibble. Yeah, it's not as important for dogs apparently. They're eating dry food. Because they'll drink water. Right? Fancy Feast is totally fine. It used to get all kinds of comparisons to being like McDonald's for cats, which has seemed to linger, but it's really not accurate comparison. It is perfectly fine food. They actually have a number of varieties that are technically safe for diabetic cats to eat due to how low the carbs are in some of them. which is very cool since it's not diabetic food, and they don't even really advertise that. Fancy Feast is owned by Purina, which is one of the few pet food companies that meets WSAVA guidelines. A lot of pet food skeptics, pet nutrition influencer types bash hard on Big Three, Purina, Hills, and Royal Canine, because mostly not really understanding pet nutrition as much as they think they do. Plus, conspiracy theorizing about the companies and vets. But the WSAVA standards are created by a global alliance of vets, and since there is no approved certification, it should be very easy for companies to meet them, but the vast majority don't. If he's happy eating and clearly healthy, you don't need to change anything. There you go. So, wow. It's interesting because there's a pet food place that I went to. I used to get all Simon's food there. Like, they had me convinced that if the food wasn't in their place, it was unhealthy, pretty much, for cats. And they didn't have, like, Purina and Fancy Feast. They didn't have these, I don't even think they have Royal Canine, Science Diet, none of that. All those are considered, like, unhealthy kind to this pet store. Interesting. I went in there to get some just recently, and they didn't have any. Like, yeah, we don't. I forgot it. They kind of the way they like, yeah, we hear that. The way they said it was like, because that stuff's bad for your cat, kind of. Actually not bad. This one says all Purina and Fancy Feast have MSG. Don't take my word. Just read. Look for natural flavor, artificial flavor, chicken flavor, etc. It's in there. That's why cats love it. MSG is linked to cancer and more. It is almost all people food too. There's actually not any concrete scientific evidence that links MSG to cancer. That is 22 upvotes. Anyway. But it, man. I mean, wrap up shop around here. Saturday's always slow with dang cats. Hanging out, everybody. See you again on the next one. It came out. Later. One of these buttons.
Meow, 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 meow.